Good afternoon, everybody. The time is 6:19. We have adjourned from executive session and are moving into work session in the first floor conference room. The public is invited and encouraged to join us. Thank you.
Yeah, she said that they got it. Yeah. She just said that there was one that was a little domineering over the rest of them. Yeah, but she had a good time.
She's just a big present.
Well, that just shows. It sounded like she was kind of like, okay, remember everybody who was kind of like, wait a second, I get get to the side.
Yeah, I don't know all of those. I mean, I know some of them. I didn't know who was there. I was in and changed. I didn't stick around.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, hopefully she had a good time.
She did. She had a good time.
It'd have been better if I had cooler off, but I didn't get it.
I don't think it affected anything.
All right, we're here for the work session. Just as a note, citizens' comments will not be heard during the work session, but will be heard during the regular session of the city council. I don't think I have a quorum. I heard something. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Let's go.
Why did we have an echo?
All right, now we have a quorum. The time is 6:22, and we're going to move into work session. We have 4 items on the agenda this evening. The first one is a discussion of the agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Just be prepared. We're going to have a fairly long evening, I think, this evening. Don?
No, I was hearing you twice.
They're working.
Okay. I don't know.
Ramesh?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a comment on consent agenda item number D. I just want the residents to be aware that the Community Experience has done a good job. They tried to cut down the astronomical cost of drone show and instead decided to go with an expanded fireworks show. So I'm in support of that. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. You had me going when you mentioned drone shows. So never mind. Any other comments or questions?
America, that's all I have to say about it.
So this is the 250th
I know,
anniversary,
it's huge.
and it is on Saturday night. So,
And kudos to the staff for booking all that
yeah, no kid,
in
well,
advance.
and costs for this year are gonna be higher due to the timing and the event itself, so. Thank you for reminding us, Ramesh.
Founding fathers planned it to be
They did,
on a Saturday.
during your tenure on city council.
Very perfect.
There you go. All right, let's move on. Moving to item D, update and discussion regarding solid waste service enhancements effective October 1st, 2026. Louis.
evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Luwai Rahil, Assistant Director of Community Development. I do have the environmental health team with me today, Zach Young and Hadith Hussein Zada Nasri. I wrote it down. Tonight, I will walk you through an exciting change coming to Capel, how we are transitioning from bag-based trash system to a cart-based system with a go-live date October 1st, 2026. This change is a result of several years of discussion, industry shifts, and direction from council. Tonight, I'll cover three things: the background that led us here, what's changing for residents, and how we are going to implement this change. Let me share some background on how we got here. Our contract with Republic dates back to 2015 with a 5-year extension approved in 2020. In March 2024, Republic told the city that the cart-based system had become the regional standards and they are moving in that direction. Council directed staff to study the proposal, conduct market analysis, and negotiate updated terms with Republic that works best for the city of Capel. After 3 council briefings, the restated agreement was approved in July 2025, setting the stage for everything you're about to see tonight. So what does actually mean for our residents? The good news that our core services remain very strong. White trash collection, recycling, green waste are not going away. They'll stay here. They will stay here. But if you look at the right side of this slide, that's where the real change comes in. This agreement brings some important improvements to the contract. Carts will replace bags, updated bulk collection schedule, disaster debris support increased from $15,000 to $25,000, and stronger accountability with better reporting and stricter vehicle standards will be in place. I'll walk you some of those changes shortly. The biggest change, the one that residents will notice the most, is how trash is collected. Starting October 1st, instead of placing loose bags at the alley or the curb, residents will use standardized wheeled carts issued by the city. So why we're making this change? The trash bag system has served Capel well over the years, but it comes with some real challenges. Bags split and scatter litter, weather exposure creates sanitation concerns, and manually handling loose bags slows down the entire collection process. Carts solve all that. Cleaner alleys, faster collection, and more consistent experience for every resident across the city. And it's worth noting that most communities across North Texas has already implemented this change. The second change residents will notice is bulk collection. Today, residents get 2 bulk pickups a week at 2 cubic yards each. Starting October 1st, that shift to 1 pickup a week, but 4 cubic yards at a time. The total weekly capacity does not change, it stays the same. The difference is one larger pickup is actually better suited for people in occasion to clean out their garages or they move out of their homes. Instead of having to split everything across 2 days, now they could do it all at once. A transition like this takes a lot of time and careful planning and a lot of communication. So we organized it into 3 different phases. Phase 1, preparation. 2nd, resident engagement, and 3rd, delivery and go live. Each phase builds on the last, and together they're designed to make sure that October 1st, every resident is ready for the change. Phase 1 is already underway. We are coordinating closely with Republic Services, developing communication plan, and training staff to ensure everyone is prepared for the transition. We also have met multiple times with our communication team to plan the outreach strategy and make sure residents receive clear and consistent information throughout the process. And in addition, we will be engaging with our residents directly and showcase our cards at community events, giving residents an early hands-on look at what's coming. In fact, just today, if you walk outside of the lobby, you'll notice 2 cards. 95 gallons and 65 gallons. We will have those cards at City Hall, 265, and other city facilities, so people have a chance to interact and see the cards in person. Phase 2, it's where residents get directly involved. From mid-May till the end of June, household can visit our online portal and choose between a 65 or a 95 gallon card. If no selection is made, they will be automatically receive the 95 gallon, the larger of the two. As you can see from the image, the dimensions are shown for both sides. The 65 gallon holds around 6 13-gallon bags, and 95 gallons holds up to 10 bags. So residents have pretty clear sense once we start introducing to them what's good for their household. But we're not just waiting for, as I said, we're not waiting for residents to find us. We will be there in the community finding them at either grocery stores, in front of grocery stores, farmers market, graduation bash, and any city event to showcase those cards. Phase 3, that's where everything comes together. Residents will start seeing Cards Coming Soon campaign. Across the city, and cards will begin arriving at homes. Then on October 1st, bag collection ends. The card system goes live and the updated contract terms take effect. We're also finalizing a door-side assistance program for residents who need it. Residents who have mobility challenged or visually impaired and have no other physically capable person in the home can sign up for the service. Their card will be marked so the driver knows to collect it and return it back to the designated place. So instead of bringing it all the way to the curb or the end of the alley, we will label it so the drivers go himself, get it, and bring it back. Right now, we have about 30 residents that use the service. A lot of times people, when they go through medical issues or they live alone in the house and they cannot do it, we'll sign them up for that service. But what they have to do, let us know, and we'll let Republic know. Communication is the heart of making this transition work, and we have been intentional about it from the start. Residents will have a dedicated web page. We will also send mailers, social media updates, and regular city communications, Everbridge, water bill insert. So no matter how someone prefers to get their information, we are meeting them there. I will also have staff in the community, as mentioned. And all that, the most important tool I'm gonna introduce today is Recycle Coach. I'm gonna get in a minute, in just a minute. Our goal is simple. By the time October 1st arrives, every resident should feel informed, prepared, and confident about this change. I wanna highlight this tool called Recycle Coach. It's not just a tool that we're gonna use in the transition, it's an ongoing resource we're excited to bring to our residents. One that helps answer the everyday question every household has. What do I do with this item? Whether it's checking collection schedule, figuring out where to throw certain items, this tool can answer it for you. It's all in one place, no phone calls. You could go do it directly from your phone or your computer. It's also available in English, Spanish, and Hindi. So more of our community can use it in the language they're most comfortable with. Think about it as a recycling assistant in every resident's pocket. Let me walk you through some of the key features. One of the most useful features is the collection schedule lookup. Residents can pull up their exact garbage, recycling, green waste, schedule anytime they want. No phone calls, no digging through the websites. If they download the app, they can set automatic reminders before each collection day. It's a small thing, but it will make a huge difference for a lot of people, and will cut down on the calls that we get. Another feature residents are really going to love is what goes where. There will be a search box if you type anything in it, a pizza box, old paint, a set of batteries. It tells you exactly what to do with it. If it's trash, is it green waste, is it household hazardous waste, and if it is, it even gives you the application so you can send the form in. No more putting their own things in their own car. This will solve this issue. And if something goes wrong, a missed pickup, a damaged card, residents can report it directly through this app or the website. the email goes directly not to one person, but the entire team. So at least one person can respond to it. That's a win for residents, and it will help us, every public service, respond and resolve issues faster. We will also be promoting this Recycle Coach to several communication channels as a part of the transition rollout. Residents will see the information on our website. We most likely gonna send notices out to every resident in town. And we will also include in all the outreach material that goes out with the cards. In closing, this transition preserved the strong services Capel has in taking them a step farther. Mayor and council, this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Don?
Will the app tell them what the holiday schedule for pickup is?
We have that ability, yes.
Okay, that'll be great, because that seems to be one of the biggest questions, whether they're gonna pick up or not, so, thanks.
Brianna?
What do they do with if they have bins but they're old and they want new bins?
So what we'll do, we're talking to our communication team, most likely we will send them a sticker, maybe orange sticker that said dispose me or something. 'Cause
Okay.
getting rid of trash can is really hard,
Okay.
so we do realize the challenge.
Jim?
I have one, I don't want any more, I was just curious.
So on
Thank you.
the bulk collect, was that,
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
on the bulk collection, Louis, so I know it was important for the carts in terms of efficiency. They're gonna use the hook machine and they're gonna pick it up and toss it in the truck. But on the bulk collection, are they using like a crane type vehicle, or how are they doing that?
The challenge in our city that we have a lot of alleys, and our alleys tend to be a little bit smaller. So even the cart, we cannot fully automate it, it's semi-automated process.
Okay,
Yeah. So it's gonna be a manual collection.
okay, all right,
So
thank
that's
you,
why limited it to one day will speed up the other day.
gotcha, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Louis, wonderful presentation. The Recycle Coach app, will that be part of the Capel City app, or is it going to be a standalone?
It's a standalone app.
Okay. Different question. Have we heard back from residents? Is there any feedback, positive or negative, with whatever we have rolled out so far?
About what? Sorry.
About this new plan? I mean, you have started to inform residents, right? Are you hearing anything positive, negative?
We haven't heavily informed residents, we were instructed to wait till after the meeting
Okay.
to start informing residents.
Bijou?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Okay, as part of the communication that you talked about, I was thinking in my head, Coppell School, can we incorporate in their newsletter? Or I know Coppell ISD expand to Irving and other places, but Coppell residents, kids or parents read those newsletters from the ISD. Can we incorporate some bullets in there also, just additional communication?
I'll make you this promise. Anywhere we can reach residents, we will. If it's through the KCBY or the Sidekick, anywhere we can, we will.
Okay.
We don't even mind going to the schools and talking to them as well.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Kids can remind the parents.
Absolutely,
There's
yes.
a change here.
Kevin?
Kind of thinking along the same lines as Bijou, what can we as a council, how can we help get the information out? Because I know the biggest part of this is just awareness, that because you know people are gonna wake up on October 1st and they're like, why is my trash bag still out here? So, and that seems to be the biggest hurdle, awareness and education, so, you know, I'm obviously willing to help out and get the word out, so, how can we help?
Let me think of ways will engage you for sure. I've had developed talking points that I can hand out to you guys exactly what's happening, that addresses main concerns that people might have, like why this change, when it's happening. So I have all that, and I'll hand it to Tracy, and then she'll hand it to you guys.
I mean, I definitely know that there will be, as we approach this and we get into October, I know the internets will be abuzz with, you know, why did my trash get picked up?
This
and
is
stuff?
my
So-
second change in the city, and I promise you, on October 1st, somebody will call me and say, I did not know that.
No, absolutely. Absolutely, but, you know, we know it's coming, but I just wanna say on the plan and the presentation, I love the proactive approach. I think you guys are handling that, really well, so kudos to you and the entire team for trying to get ahead of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Does Dan Kohler know this is happening?
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
The local paper.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So
All right, item C is update and discussion regarding citywide infrastructure planning. Mr. Garza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'd like to provide a high-level overview of how we evaluate, prioritize, and deliver infrastructure projects, and what that means as our city continues through this life cycle phase. Public Works manages the core systems that support daily life in Coppell. Transportation infrastructure such as streets, alleys, sidewalks, and traffic signals. Utility systems including water, wastewater, and drainage, and city facilities that house essential operations in the city's fleet and heavy equipment. These systems operate quietly in the background every day, and our responsibility is to ensure they remain reliable, safe, and sustainable both today and long term. Here's what that infrastructure looks like. Today we manage roughly 1,300 miles of infrastructure as well as 41 signalized intersections and 44 city facilities. This represents a very large network of assets that the community relies on every day. And like any system, infrastructure has a life cycle, which means the timing of maintenance and reinvestment becomes critically important. It's important to recognize where we are in the life cycle of our city. A significant portion of Coppell's infrastructure was constructed during the major growth periods approximately 30 to 40 years ago. As infrastructure approaches this age, it naturally transitions from routine maintenance into a period that requires more rehabilitation and selective replacement. This is not unique to Coppell, and it is not a crisis. It is a normal life cycle progression for mature communities. We are moving from a period of expansion to a period of reinvestment. That shift influences how we plan, prioritize, and allocate funding. Most infrastructure follows a predictable performance curve. When assets are new, maintenance needs are relatively low and performance is high. As assets age, deterioration begins gradually and then accelerates. There's an optimal window typically between 20 and 40 years where reinvestment is most cost effective. If intervention is delayed too long, deterioration accelerates and reconstruction costs increase significantly. Our objective is to intervene at the right time, not too early, which wastes useful life, and not too late, which multiplies cost and risk. Our analysis begins with data. For street, sanitary, sewer, and drainage systems, we perform condition assessments to understand the current health of those assets using various tools and technology. For our water system, we evaluate factors such as break history, inspection data, pipe material, and age. Because the water system is pressurized, conducting full condition assessments is more challenging, but we are working towards expanding those efforts as well. For facilities, we assess major building systems including HVAC, roofing, and structural components. It's important to note that age alone does not trigger replacement. Performance and risk do. This approach allows us to make disciplined, data-driven, and defensible decisions when recommending infrastructure investments. Once we understand the condition of our infrastructure, projects are prioritized using a risk-based framework. We look at factors such as public safety, service reliability, regulatory requirements, asset condition, level of service expectations, and community input. We also consider timing of investment because addressing issues earlier can often reduce long-term costs. Finally, budget capacity is also part of the equation. The projects rise to the top based on how they score across these factors. Infrastructure projects are multi-step and often multi-year. This process begins with the assessment and the preliminary engineering that informs cost estimates and inclusion into the capital improvement program. The design and permitting follow. Once funded, construction is scheduled and executed, and after completion, the asset re-enters our maintenance cycle. We are also operating within a challenging financial environment. Construction costs have escalated in recent years. Materials, labor, and contractor availability all contribute. At the same time, revenue growth capacity has been more constrained. Changes at the state level have reduced the rate at which the property tax revenue can grow, which limits the revenue available for infrastructure investments. As a result, the funding generated today does not stretch as far as it once did, while the cost of projects continue to rise. That means some projects may take longer to deliver than they would have in the past simply due to the financial capacity constraints. And as maturing asset base increase reinvestment demands, we must balance those needs against the available funding. Well, this framework is actively guiding projects we are working on today. In transportation, we are optimizing signal timing on major corridors to improve traffic flow and maximize the capacity of our existing roadway network. In utilities, we are updating our water and wastewater master plan and exploring alternative water sources to strengthen long-term system redundancy and resiliency. We are also conducting comprehensive condition assessments of our water and storm drain systems while advancing sanitary sewer rehabilitation and targeted street preservation and reconstruction projects. Together, these efforts reflect structured planning and long-term infrastructure management. Today, we have more than 50 active projects underway totaling over $125 million. With additional projects entering the pipeline each year, as this workload continues to grow, we are evaluating options that will help us manage projects efficiently and maintain strong delivery. Going forward, council should expect several things. First, most infrastructure projects will span multiple years from analysis to construction. Second, many projects may be phased to address high-risk areas first. And third, priorities may shift as new data becomes available. Fourth, cost estimates may adjust over time due to construction and market volatility. Our commitment is to provide clear, data-driven recommendations and transparent communication at each major milestone. Our focus is to protect the infrastructure our community depends on while managing long-term financial sustainability. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I got, of the 50 projects that you talked about totaling 125 million, how many of those are we actually working on right now?
All 50,
Well, how many of those are funded?
all of them. They're existing projects that are currently funded, and some of them span multiple years, so some may have been funded in previous years that are currently ongoing.
So have you given any consideration to, well, I've got two questions. What's our annual spend on maintenance?
Over on everything or
Per year?
per year? We spend, so on pavement alone, this last year, we spent on maintenance, about $4 million on pavement. Our water infrastructure, we probably spend about, not quite as much. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's probably less than $1 million on water infrastructure maintenance, water and sewer infrastructure.
So somewhere between 5 and 10 million a year.
Correct.
Was there any thought to putting aside like a capital improvement fund that we did for capital equipment?
Yes, that's exactly what we're discussing right now, is we're going through the 5-year process, is doing a capital replacement on our assets.
Okay.
Yep.
Ramesh?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, thanks for a good presentation. Like you said, I think the biggest concern is our ability to collect revenues is far lower than the projected increase in maintenance cost. So given that, I would encourage staff to have a communication plan where we are advising the citizens that this is a potential problem, and also maybe include top 3 things that the residents can do that can, maybe cost 1%, 2% dent in the maintenance cost. It's something for you to think about and work with your communication team and get that message out, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will do.
Brianna?
Great presentation, thank you. I'm just curious, 50 projects is a lot, so it's 125 million, sure, all great things. Do you by chance know the top 3 big ticket ones that we're working on?
So the number one big ticket one right now is our water redundancy project. We are currently working at the Village Parkway pump station to make sure we have redundancy at that pump station. So that one's been a multi-year project that we've been working on. Along those same lines, it's the system as a whole is a redundancy project. We've done the interconnects, the emergency interconnects with the surrounding cities. We're working on the second source we're exploring options for a second true source of water. Right now we have that one point of entry from Dallas, and so I consider the water system redundancy as a high priority
Big
project,
one. Okay.
and all things that go with that project. We have our construction projects. Royal Lane is a major construction, $20 million project that is a large project that we, you know, for Capel, it's a large project. And then we have some smaller residential reconstruction projects at Bullock and Howard that are going on. We have Spanish Moss that's gonna kick off later this year. There's our traffic mobility plan, so the signal timing that we did up in down Tab and Beltline. We're currently working on Sandy Lake right now, the signal timing, those efforts. And so there's a piece in every
Right.
pocket and bucket of projects where we have a little bit going on. We have stream bank stabilization projects in our parks. Hunterwood Park, we're currently working on a project there. Andy Brown West, we have a project in design for some stabilization along the trail there. So we kind of have quite a bit of, a handful of projects that are going on.
There was a time also, the other question I had was, there was a time that we had like a, I don't know if I'd call him like a third party or consultant that came in and did, and like an assessment of our infrastructure, our roads, and then helped us prioritize. Do we still
Yes.
utilize that?
We
Okay.
do, and that's, a lot of the data we get from that, we've used them for different infrastructure assets. So we've done that for our sanitary sewer, we've done that for a pavement. We're currently looking at options to do that for the water. Since the water is pressurized, it's a little bit more difficult, but we're able to, there's technologies out there that we can do that. And so we continue to do that on a regular basis, and with the data that we collect, that's how we kind of prioritize our projects.
Okay, awesome, thank you, because I know, I was just gonna say real quick, I know there was some of that data would help us with, is this like a complete tear the
Correct.
road and
Yeah,
restart, or
exactly.
can we create some
And-
sort of, you know, intermediary,
Yeah, we're still
solution?
We're
Yeah.
still using that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Bijou?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mike, great presentation. You said 50 projects, $125 million. Are they fully funded?
They are fully funded, yes.
Are they part of the bonds that we issued?
There are some that are part of the bonds, the Royal Lane is part of the bond. When I say 50 projects, that includes across facilities, so the service center that we're currently working on, remodeling the Justice Center, all those are part of projects that are managed and maintained by Public Works. It includes also some of the community experience projects, the dog park, the Magnolia Trail, the playground. So we have a hand in all those projects, and that's included in that 50. But yeah, some are bond funded, the Royal, the Service Center project, Fire Station 5 that was just completed, working on remodel Fire Station 3.
Okay, so some of the project already been completed?
Correct.
And you just, okay, so, okay. Can you send us the list of items
sure.
and with
The list of projects?
projects and what are the ones completed and what's going forward?
Yep, we have.
Do you have any ask for us today, or you just?
No, this is just discussion, just to let you know how we handle our infrastructure, how we prioritize, how we select the projects and the time that it takes. And just to let you know that there are a lot of projects that are coming down the pipeline, and we may be asking for help from consultants to help us manage those projects, because we have 3 staff members that manage these projects, and so we're looking at consultants to help manage some of them for us.
Kevin?
Thank you.
All right, kind of a conceptual, like, big picture question here, so roll with me on this. So, I really like the visual of the graph, you know, when we talked about, like, the, you know, you have the initial, you know, exactly like the routine maintenance, and you have that graph go down. Now, understanding the age of Capel, kind of in that 40-year range, where all that's happening, is this a thing where, because I think about Beltline, I think about Freeport, now Royal and stuff, you know, big ticket items come up. So what does the flow look like in terms of, after we get past Royal, is that like a bulge in spending that we have, and then things kind of settle down? Or is it like, because of the age of the city, you know, we hit that 40-year mark, does it stay up here and we have to keep spending this much to maintain? Or, and strategically why I'm asking is, Mayor brought up the point about some sort of, like, you know, fund for capital improvement. Will the spending go down so we can start contributing to a fund if we keep funding at this level, so we can build up reserves for that next 40 years that come up? Big question, sorry.
Yeah, so the answer to that is, so a lot of the big ticket items, yes, the west side of town, the reason why they were big ticket items, because when they were built and designed in the early 80s, they weren't designed to the standards we have today. Fortunately for us, the east side of town, the MacArthur's, the Denton Tap is in great shape. And so as long as we continue to maintain from, I would say, Denton Tap, continuing east. The big ticket items are, I don't wanna say we're free and clear from them, but we can continue to maintain the systems we have today, by doing panel replacements, those sort of things, spot repairs and maintenance of our utilities that are underground that we don't see, and that's kind of where we're at today. And so, you know, looking forward, we're planning for those big ticket items, but hoping that we don't have to get to them in the next 20 to 40 years just because of the way we're maintaining the system.
So kind of that other part of my question though is, will spending, will it taper down at all? Or do we need to maintain kind of at that level just because infrastructure is continually
Correct.
aging?
I don't think we're gonna be tapering down, just the way the infrastructure is aging. The cost of maintaining is going up. And so I think we'll maintain a level, but I don't know that we'll ever decrease the investments that we're making in our systems.
So now, let's caveat that, you know, that is a decision you can make.
Sure.
You know, if you want to see a decline in the city over time, then you can reduce funding
That
to
was
it.
not any intention that I said whatsoever.
Well,
It's more about understanding the pulse.
But understand,
The
but
rhythm,
other cities in our area have made that decision.
yeah.
And, you know, you kinda, when you drive to some of our neighbors, you can feel it in the roads and.
Easy, Mayor, you got a monthly meeting with those mayors.
I do, and I'm being very careful here. Let's talk about Dallas, you know, so. You know, there's decisions that councils have made that have, you know, put some of, the neighbors to the south in the situation they are. So, but thanks to our planning, we're in good shape, but I think his message was it's gonna continue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Ramesh?
Thank you, Mayor. My colleague's brilliant question triggered this follow-up question. I love this graph a lot. And if it makes, if it adds value for others, my request would be, if we have 100 things in Coppell that need to be maintained, I would love to see that maybe 40 are in the routine maintenance zone, maybe 50 or 55 are in the middle zone, and then maybe 5 or 10 are in the red zone. That kind of conveys to our residents as well of the ticking time bomb if we don't continue to work on that.
Okay.
So if it's not too much of an effort, I would like to see that, but it's not high priority for me.
Mike, thank you very much. That was very informative.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Thank you very much.
And I have the next one too.
Oh, item number D is update and discussion regarding the city's water conservation impact. Mr. Garza, Mr. Meyer.
We're tag teaming this one. Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I want to briefly update you on how our water conservation ordinance impacted water usage since the ordinance was adopted in July of 2024. As a reminder, we purchase our water from Dallas Water Utilities with a current maximum supply capacity of 18.5 million gallons per day. Elevated summer demand is not uncommon, however, our team actively manages daily water supply to avoid requesting an increase in capacity. Any increase would come with significant cost implications and ultimately higher rates for our residents. Our water conservation ordinance plays an important role in promoting responsible water use across the community. The ordinance limits irrigation days, restricts watering during peak evaporation hours, and combines both public education and enforcement. The goal is not simply to reduce overall water use, but to reduce peak demand, which is what ultimately drives the size and cost of our water infrastructure. This approach also aligns with regional planning efforts as we share this water resource with neighboring communities and preparing for a regional population that is projected to nearly double by 2050. Now I'm going to turn it over to James to discuss the findings from the previous summers.
Good evening. So in the summer of 2023, the city purchased a little over 2 billion gallons of water from DWU between May 1st and September 30th. This is approximately 2/3 of the total water volume purchased for the entire fiscal year. More importantly, our peak demand reached the 18.5 million gallons per day mark that we are limited to in our contract with DWU on 9 days during the peak of the summer heat in July and August. Despite the high temperatures and drought conditions, we did not request an increase in supply capacity from Dallas. That summer, we endured 58 days of over 100-degree Fahrenheit days and 6 days over 110 degrees Fahrenheit. That said, we still received 22 inches of rain during that summer, spread across 53 days. So what happened in the summer of 2024? On July 9th, 2024, the City Council adopted the current ordinance that restricts summertime irrigation to 2 days per week. At the time the ordinance was adopted, the recommendation was to focus on conservation education rather than on enforcement to allow time for residents to get used to the new schedule and train their grass to the new conditions. Additionally, the city engaged M&M Irrigation to provide no-cost irrigation checks that included professional recommendations for repairs and adjustments to the irrigation controllers. What is remarkable about 2024 is that almost immediately following the new ordinance, we saw a flattening of the daily usage, which was sustained throughout the remainder of the summer. It is also noted that the average temperature during the summer was about 4 degrees cooler than that of the summer of 2023, but the rainfall was almost identical to the prior year. During that summer, the city purchased almost 300 million gallons less than the prior year. Last summer was the first full summer with the ordinance in effect. We remained focused on conservation education and continued to offer no-cost irrigation checks, but began providing notices to residents that were using automatic irrigation outside of ordinance allowances. The average temperature was hotter than 2024, but less than the extremes that we experienced in 2023. 2025 was also the wettest summer, recording nearly 35 inches of rainfall between May and September. That said, the city still purchased approximately 400 million gallons less than 2023. So how do we reconcile all this information and determine what effect our ordinance had on the city's conservation efforts? So, using historical data from the 4 years prior to the ordinance going into effect, I created a model to calculate the city's water usage based on actual purchased water volume calibrated for the corresponding daily high temperature. This created a baseline water usage model. Next, I created a similar trend to specifically account for days when it rained, since those days had an effect on irrigation, especially where irrigation controllers would cancel or reduce watering on those rainy days. Combining these algorithms, I was able to calculate the predicted water usage would have been during 2024 and 2025 based on pre-ordinance trends. For the summer of 2024, I calculated the city would have purchased an additional 63 million gallons, or approximately 400,000 gallons per day of water. For 2025, that similar numbers would be 273 million gallons, or approximately 1.8 million gallons per day. Logically, this makes sense to see the increase in water savings from 2025 compared to 2024, where the ordinance did not take effect until early July in 24, and residents were still getting accustomed to the new schedule. I believe the increase in water savings in 2025 was due to a full summer of the ordinance being in effect and general compliance with the ordinance restrictions. Remember, the total volume of water purchased in 2025 was almost 400 million gallons less than 23. So this implies approximately 130 million gallons of emission was the net effective temperature and rain. Even with the light-handed approach to enforcement, this implies that our efforts on conservation education have been successful and need to be continued. The conservation ordinance has helped the city delay increasing our contracted limit with DWU and capital spending to upgrade our water infrastructure to handle the additional volumes. So in case you were wondering how 2023 might have looked had the ordinance been in place prior to that summer, I ran a similar estimation using 2024 and 2025 actual volumes calibrated for both temperature and rainfall, and created the chart that you see. This model predicted that we could have purchased approximately 260 million gallons less in the summer of 2023 and would not have reached our 18.5 million a day limit. This would have resulted in approximately 1.7 million gallons per day of reduction over our actual purchase volume in 2023. With that, we will take any questions that you have.
Neil?
Ramesh?
Thank you, Neil. So I think the takeaway from this is the ordinance is a good idea. We should continue implementing that, correct? Is there anything else you're looking from us, sir?
I think this is more of the education at this time. I think one thing we mentioned, well, you know, like the irrigation checks and some of the things that we're doing with education. I know that Renee in Public Works and the communications team are very active in, you know, social media communications, website communications of conservation efforts to raise that awareness. I think things like these irrigation checks have had a positive effect as well. So I think that we do recommend continuing forward with those types of projects.
So a couple of questions for me. How are you gonna be changing your messaging to overcome the complacency that will creep in over time?
So again, I think the focus is on the continuing education piece. Again, we've been light-handed on the enforcement piece of that, and so we're continuing to work with utility billing on monitoring how that's going. I guess as we see more complacency, that could be a discussion that we have if we would like to increase the enforcement piece of that. But we want to continue to, you know, message what Mike has alluded to, the population growth in the North Texas area, the DWU, customer cities areas, and show this water consumption that is continuing to grow so that we can continue to answer the questions, why do we need to conserve water in Coppell?
So is the model that you developed, is it real-time enough that suppose that, you know, we end up with a dry summer in 2026 and we have, you know, 5 days of 110 plus, can your model kind of say, well, we should expect to see this type of water usage, and can you compare that?
I can update it daily with those temperatures, so I do have the ability to essentially do that on a day-by-day, real-time. And I do intend to continue to monitor and use the 2026 data to refine, you know, what those estimations are.
So just a question, how many irrigation checks have we done total?
We are contracted with M&M Irrigation to do 300 per year.
It's about 80 per month is
And
what we do.
how many have we done, about that many?
So we've done about 400 and almost 500 to date.
Okay.
And to that, and then kind of going back to Ramesh's as well, usually with the first of the month, within a day, maybe two at the most, usually I think probably within hours, those slots for that month fill up. So there is demand for that, and that's why I say, as long as that demand is there, I think that that's a worthwhile program to continue.
Okay, thank you. Did you?
I did, yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation, incredibly informative. So understanding that we you know, when we hit the ceiling, was it 9 times in 2023? Was that what the presentation said?
Yes.
So by instituting the ordinance, how much time do you think that bought us, in the sense that if we hit it 9 times and that maintaining our 18.5 million gallons, how many more years of staying under that threshold do you think that this ordinance, best guess?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. Several things that I don't have control over. One is, you know, do people continue to comply with it? Right, you know, things like that. How hot are their summers going to, you know, is global warming, you know, are we gonna see more summers that have 115 degree days going forward or something like that? So it's hard to tell. I would hope that we bought ourselves, I don't know, maybe at least 5 years, right? At least time to continue to kind of think about this, right?
Absolutely, and so I guess we have the capacity, but eventually, if we did start to hit that ceiling, our 2 options are still further conservation, or we could eventually bump the ceiling up. That's really our options right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Ramesh?
Thanks, Mayor. I know that we have laid the pipe to get water from other cities, Louisville and Bay Point.
Yes.
Now, is there an opportunity to sign a contract with them to get 2 million gallons a day once we start hitting the 18 million limit with DWU?
No, so they have a contract with DWU as well, and so they get their water from DWU, it just comes in from a different path. And so, we wouldn't be able to do that. Now, like I said previously, we are exploring other options with those, because Louisville also, they also treat their own water and make their own water. Grapevine also gets water from a different source, so they have Dallas, and they also get water from, I believe it's Upper Trinity. And so we're looking at potentially exploring those options to get a different provider.
That, we feel like that's a better option.
Anybody else? Kevin?
Just a follow-up to that, if we were able to tap another source, I mean, obviously, that gives us options for purchasing, right? Like, so, because we really just have to rely on Dallas Water. Like, so that gives us, would that potentially give us options for best pricing at time of year and stuff like that? Or does that stay pretty flat and is that
Well,
regulated?
that's, it would give us options, whether they would, the negotiations between the two different entities would, that's where we would probably find some
It would depend on the contract.
Yeah.
Of course,
Right.
always does.
Right. Ideally, if I'm negotiating it, which I don't know that I am, but I would like to have that optionality as well, sure.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much, appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
All right, the time is 7:10, and we're at the end of the work session. We'll move into the council chambers for the regular session at 7:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. The time is 7:30 p.m. We're going to move into the regular session of the City Council. Just as a reminder, persons wishing to speak during the citizens' appearance or the public hearings must sign the appropriate registered outside the council chambers and list your address. This afternoon, we are privileged to have Jadaveda Desgupta of the Allied Interfaith Group here to give our invocation, and then we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance, so please remain standing.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and everyone present here today. I will now offer a Hindu prayer and offer a translation after it. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Sarve Shantu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukhabhavyaved. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is good and uplifting, may none suffer. At this time, parts of the world face conflict and uncertainty. May peace prevail in our hearts, in our city, and throughout the world. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Apparently, we did not have anybody sign up to speak for citizens' appearance, which was item number 6, so we will skip down to number 7, which is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is routine in nature and is generally enacted in a single motion. These items have been previously approved through the budget or past council actions. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions are available on the screen. Council, do you have any questions or wish to pull an item from consent? Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items A through I.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hill. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 8 is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And this is to consider approval of a zoning change request, PD 221R4 R2 L1 from PD 221 R4 R LI to PD 221 R4 R2 LI to allow the detailed plan development of 439,689 square foot office and distribution center on approximately 25.4 acres located at the southwest corner of Point West Boulevard and Dividend Drive at the request of Jensong Natera, being represented by Bob Pennington of Kimley Horn. Mr. Steer.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. This is item number 8. It is a public hearing. In December 2025, Council approved a request for a future land use map amendment to the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan from Freeway Special District to Industrial Special District, and a conceptual zoning change from highway commercial to planned development light industrial. So this is the conceptual plan that was approved, and currently Natera is proposing a detailed PD for a facility to house their world headquarters on 25.4 acres as approved conceptually in December 2025. The building area is proposed to be 442,596 square feet. The southwest elevation of the building faces IH 635. The enhanced two-story office area is on the south corner. The truck area faces Point West Boulevard, therefore screening is required. They're proposing a 14-foot concrete screen wall on both sides of the dock area and a landscape berm with a hedgerow to screen it from Point West Boulevard. The highest point of the building is 55 feet, and that's located on the southeast corner of the building where the office component is 2 stories. The office is 45,269 square feet, and the warehouse is 397,327 square feet. Parking required for office is 1 parking space per 300 square feet, and for warehouse is 1 per 2,000 square feet. 350 total parking spaces are required, and they're proposing 368, exceeding the requirement. There are no trees currently on the site. They're proposing 240 overstory trees and sufficient landscape area to meet the requirements of the landscape section of the zoning ordinance. And there are 2 retention ponds proposed, each with a fountain. As it relates to the building elevations in the rendering, the building is proposed to be 55 feet in height and will be site cast concrete wall panels with tinted gray glass storefront and lime accent panels. The only differences from this proposal to the conceptual plan are the deletion of the upper canopy that extended on the top window. And if you look really close, you can see the animation there. There it deletes the upper canopy. The other change is the extension of the windows to the top of the structure on the south elevation. This is what was conceptually approved, and this is what their detail plan shows. Here's the southeast elevation, the material board for that, and conceptually, and then this is their detail. So we sent out 6 letters within 200 feet and 2 within 800 feet, and no letters were returned in favor or opposition. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this request, subject to additional comments being generated at the time of building permit and detailed engineering review. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is in the audience.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Steer? You're going to get off lucky here. So does the applicant have any comments to make?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We had nobody signed up to speak tonight at the public hearing. So, council, did you have a question or? Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close the public hearing and approve item 8.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion and seconded by Councilmember Nevels. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steer, I'm going to ask you to read
All right.
number 9 in since you
All
got
right.
off on the last one.
Sure. Item number 9 is to hold a public hearing and consider approval of Prologis 121 Lot 2R, 2R3, Block B, True Hotel, a new detail plan development revising the current concept plan of Plan Development 295 Highway Commercial to allow a detail plan for a 4-story, 46,226 square foot hotel with 100 rooms in lieu of the original office concept on 2.05 acres of land located on the northwest side of Northwestern, southwest of Freeport Parkway, at the request of Sharif Chowdhury, being represented by Will Winkman Associates. In 2019, City Council approved a concept plan for a gas station, hotel, retail, restaurants, and office uses on 8.6 acres, and a detailed site plan for a QT convenience store with gas pumps fronting on Freeport Parkway. The QT gas station has since been constructed. In August of 2020, City Council approved a detailed site plan for a 73,190 square foot Sheraton's Four Points Hotel, which has not yet been constructed. Then in July 2023, Council approved a Popeyes Chicken and Tim Hortons sit-down drive-through restaurants. Popeyes has been constructed and is operational, and the Tim Hortons tract is still vacant. The most recent concept plan for this property had a professional office located on the property. This is proposed to be amended with a detailed plan development for a true hotel. The detailed site plans for a 4-story hotel, approximately 46,226 square feet in size. The applicant's requesting a variance to the required 125 room count. They're proposing 100 rooms. There is a 1,000 square foot plaza area on the southwest side of the building. In terms of circulation, there's an existing shared entrance from Northwestern that was constructed with a QT gas station. When the Popeyes was constructed, they extended the mutual access and fire lane easement to it. This will be accessed by extending and constructing a mutual access easement and fire lane from this site. A small extension of the drive will extend onto the 4 Points by Sheraton site, which will access 4 parking spaces to be constructed at this time, 3 of which will be shared with this development. The parking required for this proposal is 108 parking spaces. By sharing 3 with the proposed hotel to the southwest, they are providing the required 108 parking spaces. A cross-parking easement should be provided, and this is listed as a condition of approval. As it relates to the landscape and tree mitigation, the site will have a 20-foot landscape buffer along Northwestern Drive with red oaks and Burford hollies along the head-end parking. Within the linear park on the northwest property line, there are a variety of trees, shrubs, and grasses. A curvilinear sidewalk is proposed to be integrated, which will lead to a focal point at the midpoint. That's shown in dark blue. The area will be amenitized with benches and shade structures and trash receptacles. The central focal point has not yet been fully developed. The Planning and Zoning Commission has listed a condition of the recommendation to give staff the authority to sign off on the focal point artwork administratively when the plan has been fully developed. There are 42 total trees proposed to be planted on the site, consisting of 8 Chinese pistache, 8 chinkapin oak, 9 lacebark elms, and 17 shumard oaks. The site does have 3 existing mesquite trees on it. However, due to numerous factors, the location of the building, parking, and topography, none are proposed to remain. The tree mitigation for this site is $1,800, and this will be required to be paid prior to the removal of any trees. The proposed landscape area is slightly deficient from what is required, and the applicant has included 2,742 square feet of enhanced sidewalk paving adjacent to the building to offset the deficit. This is listed as a PD condition. Here's the first floor plan. The 100-room hotel will meet the minimum room size of 285 square feet. It has a covered area provided immediately adjacent to the building entrance as required by ordinance. It has a 750 square foot lobby, a 1,200 square foot conference area on the second floor. That's above the place that's shown in red here. And this hotel is proposing 3 additional amenities as required. First, a fitness center, a gift store, pantry, and an outdoor plaza area that I showed on the previous slide. In addition to the required 3 amenities, they're providing a 250 square foot work area, 250 square foot game area, and a 1,000 square foot breakfast area. The building's proposed to be constructed of a combination of dark red brick and dark gray stone, cream-colored ephes with a grayish metal canopy. The rendering provides a good illustration of the combination of building materials as well as the building's articulation both vertically and horizontally. The first floor of the building will be red brick, with the second floor being the dark gray stone. The dark gray stone will extend to the top of the structure on the northwest elevation, and the red brick extends to the top towards the center of the structure. The third and fourth floors are mainly ephes. There is a monument sign proposed, which is 5 by 6, which will have a brick base that will match the building. And the signage that's depicted on the building will be required to come through the signage permitting process. We sent out 5 notices within 200 feet and 3 letters within 800 feet. No responses were returned in favor or opposition from this mail-out. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the request subject to the following conditions. The room count be allowed to be 100 rooms as opposed to the 125 rooms as required by ordinance. To allow the 21,927 square foot total landscape area and 2,742 square feet of enhanced pavement on the sidewalk around the building in lieu of the required 24,669 square feet total landscape area. A tree removal permit will be required. $1,800 will be due at that time. There may be additional comments during the detailed building permit and engineering review. Property shall be platted to provide required mutual access, fire lanes, and easements prior to development. A cross-parking agreement is needed with the adjacent property to the southwest for the shared parking. And the director, or the community development director, is eligible to administratively approve the plans for the focal point. Signs shall comply with city ordinances. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is in the audience as well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Walker, Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Matt, great presentation as always.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. So on the cross-parking easement, so has the developer of the Sheraton Four Points Hotel been contacted? Is that something that they're in agreement with?
It's the same developer.
Oh,
They
it's the
plan
same
on, they
developer.
plan on building this one before the 4 Points.
Okay, thank you. That I did not catch. Okay, good enough. And then, can you just elaborate a little bit on the enhanced sidewalk paving to offset the landscaping deficiency? What that really looks like or what that really means?
Okay, so stamped concrete is, we allow that in sites that are less than 2 acres. This is 2.05 acres, so it's slightly greater. So it's just a patterned concrete that's stamped, so it looks enhanced.
So that's just, they're just using stamped concrete or patterned concrete for the sidewalk?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for the walkway there.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Nevels.
Hey, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the presentation. I did have a question about the room count. So notice that obviously it's proposed 100 rooms and we have 125. Can you talk to me a little bit about the rationale of the 100 room count?
So what they're proposing 100 rooms just because that's all they had the parking for. And so the rationale behind that being a requirement of the ordinance, is that what you were asking about?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just, I'm trying to understand the motivation of
so
not meeting the 125 minimum room count, and that answered my question right there with the parking, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Mayor, actually, Mr. Nevels asked my question, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions for Mr. Steer? All right, next would be any comments by the applicant. Mr. Winkleman, you had signed up to speak during the citizens' appearance, but this is actually your time if you need it.
Just if there were any questions, I can help answer.
He's available for questions.
All right. Seeing none, we did have one person signed up to speak for the public appearance. Persons wishing to speak have signed the register and listed their address. You will be called to sign up in the order you registered. Public hearings are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Mr. Winkleman, you forfeited your time, so next up is Mr. Hawk, Eric Hawk.
I didn't know that was for, I decided it was to vote in favor. I'm happy, yeah, we're in support.
All right, well, thank you. We'll always take the time.
Mayor?
Councilmember Walker.
I have a question for the applicant.
Mr. Winkleman, would you come forward, please? State your name and address, please.
Will Winkleman, 6750 Hillcrest Plaza Drive, Dallas, Texas, Suite 215.
Thank you for being available, sir. I was just curious about, since y'all are developing the Sheraton as well, do you have a timeline for these two properties that, in terms of when you expect to have them open?
I don't have a specific timeline. The only timeline that I've been given was that they wanted to do this product first.
Okay. Any idea of when it would be, like when will construction on this complete, do you think?
On this one?
Presuming it's approved, yes.
Oh, I don't know, 18 months maybe?
Okay. Okay. And then is it thought that then you'll turn to the Sheraton or?
I believe that that's the plan by Mr. Cloudhurry, is that, yeah, once this is done, then that will be the next step.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, one more. Councilmember Nevels.
Just a quick question. Is your firm developing the entire project with the obviously the hotels and then also the empty track space for the restaurant?
So my firm had worked on the 4 Points construction plans prior.
Okay.
We worked on this plan here. So as of right now, I've been involved, and we did work on the QT back in the day.
Okay.
But no, I don't have anything to do with Mr. Horton's or.
I can probably answer that.
Tag, you're in.
Yeah, that's okay. My name's Eric Hawk, 8390 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas. I'm the master developer of this whole area. We acquired about 18 and a half acres, about 7 years ago. We did the Quick Trip deal. We sold the land to Verispace. So we've been involved in all these projects. I'm working with Mr. Chaudhry on this development as well. The retail, the Popeyes and what was going to be a coffee shop, that was a completely separate group. So I don't know what happened with the coffee shop. It was going to be a Tim Hortons. I just heard maybe they had a problem with the Tim Hortons relationship. So I haven't talked to them. I'm not sure what their plan is. Back to your question, I do know his intention is to build this one first and immediately build the 4 Points. But this one, in terms of just building momentum for the area, it's a little bit smaller hotel. It caters to business travelers, and his view is that's the right hotel to start off the development. But the 4 Points is very nice. It's an upper scale brand. It's going to have a full service restaurant and everything. So it's fully intended to be built, but just after this one.
And appreciate the color on that, just to
Yeah.
be very honest. Full disclosure, I play ice hockey, and I got 3 Canadians on
Yeah.
my team, and they keep
Okay.
beating me up about the Tim Hortons.
I know,
So
I know.
was in the scope of this entire project, that was the context of asking
We
about the
were-
total development of this area.
Yeah, we were all excited about it. So I should call him and find out what happened, but.
We'd love that if you could share any information
Yeah.
with us.
I'll try. I will call him. I don't know if I'll get an answer, but I'll reach out to him.
All good. Thank you for your time, sir.
You bet. Anything
Thank you.
else?
No, sir. I
Okay.
think that's it. There was nobody else signed up to speak during the citizens' appearance. So unless Mr. Steer has any closing comments?
No, sir.
Council, any questions from this group? Councilmember Hill.
Yes, I'd like to close the public hearing and approve item 9 with conditions.
Thank you, and seconded by Councilmember Matthew. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 10 is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and ask Mr. Steer to read this into the record.
Mr. Mayor, this is item number 10 this evening. It's to hold a public hearing and consider approval of special use permit 1271 light industrial and industrial special district land use plan amendment. A special use permit request for a concrete batch plant for a duration of 5 years and future land use map amendment from urban residential neighborhood to industrial special district on 4.47 acres of property located on the north side of East Beltline Road, north of the DART right-of-way, approximately 1,200 feet west of the city limit line. at the request of Phil Flink, Estrada Ready Mix Concrete LLC, being represented by Steve Magliscu. This is a two-part request. Part one is to approve a special use permit request for a concrete batch plant for a duration of 5 years. And the second part is to amend the future land use plan to allow for industrial special district in lieu of the current urban residential neighborhood designation. So this is a request for a batch plant for a duration of 5 years on 4.47 acres of property. Special use permits are required for a batch plant that's planned to operate for more than 6 months, which is what's being requested here. The light industrial zoning district of the city is the highest as it relates to intensity of land uses allowed in Coppell. Even within that district, certain uses require a special use permit. The special use permit gives council discretion on whether to allow certain uses in specific areas of town. So every step along the way in this proposal has been insufficient. As submitted, the proposed site plan, tree survey, landscape plan, and elevations are incomplete and do not comply with the zoning ordinance. The site plan does not have the 24-foot fire lane easement shown. The landscape plan and tree survey are not signed and sealed by a landscape architect and do not correctly identify the trees and shrubs being planted. The shrubs should be planted along all vehicular use areas. The elevations and details do not include a screening wall for the material storage area, nor is one shown on the site plan. The property does not comply with the subdivision ordinance, which requires all properties to have public road frontage and have utilities. This property fronts on the Dart right-of-way, shown in gray, has a Lone Star gas easement in blue, and then the TRA easement in brown. Prior to any permit being issued for this property, a plat will be required. Staff recommended the applicant bring a plat concurrent with this request in order to resolve the deficiencies. And the plat proposal was withdrawn after it was determined that there was not going to be sufficient time to prepare it for the Planning and Zoning Commission package. Here are the elevations of the proposed temporary office building. You can see it's a Confederate gray color, and the water tank and portable restroom and silos. The second part of the second component to this request is to change the future land use as outlined in the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan. The future use envisioned for this and surrounding properties is urban residential neighborhood. And the purpose of this district, I passed these out. The purpose of this district is to provide areas for a wide variety of higher density residential uses, typically greater than 4 dwelling units per acre, that serve the needs of residents seeking alternatives to low and medium density single-family detached housing. These areas may serve the needs of first-time homeowners, empty nesters, and other residents seeking to downsize. The allowable uses within this land use that's envisioned in the plan are townhomes, apartment or condominium buildings, small lot, single-family attached and detached dwellings, and accessory small-scale commercial uses that serve the residents of that neighborhood. They're proposing to change that to industrial special district. And the purpose of this district, or of this area within the plan, will be to provide areas for employment and light industrial activities typically dependent upon good transportation access to highways, rail lines, and/or airports. The uses allowed within this land use category are medium to large-scale warehousing, light manufacturing, wholesale storage and distribution, showrooms, office warehouses, research and development, technology centers, and accessory retail service and restaurant uses that serve the employees within that district. We sent out 4 notices within 200 feet, and the applicant responded in favor of the request. And there are 5 courtesy notices that were sent out within 800 feet, and we received no responses. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended denial of an amendment to the future land use map as well as the proposed rezoning request to special use permit 1271 light industrial. The applicant appealed. It will now take a supermajority of council to approve the changes. If council approves the request, the following conditions are recommended. The property be platted and waiver to the public road frontage and utility requirement of the subdivision ordinance be obtained. A 24-foot fire lane mutual access easement be obtained and constructed across the neighboring properties, giving proper access to a public road. Any significant change will require an amendment to the special use permit. Any work within the floodplain limits would need to comply with the relevant floodplain management requirement. There may be additional comments at time of building permit and detailed engineering review. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is in the audience and does have a presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see if council has any questions for you before you sit down. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Matt, so can we go to that overview of those other properties?
This one?
No, sir, the one that shows all of the actual photograph of the properties. The closer, yeah, okay, that, can you blow that up just a little bit?
I cannot.
Okay, okay. I thought there was one that was a little bit more,
The applicant does have one in their presentation.
okay, but I thought you had one like in the next slide, no? No? Try the next one, no? Okay, I guess, let me ask you this then. So, I drove out there to look at it, and you've got the volleyball place, and then you've got I guess, a rock and aggregate place, and then you've got what I believe, I guess, would constitute a concrete batch plant.
Yes.
And I'm working from east to west, right?
Yes.
And then you've got the car repair place, or places,
Okay,
and then you've got this piece of property, right?
correct.
Okay, so are all of those other places to the east of this piece of land also special districts, industrial special districts, or are they also, I mean, they're clearly not, the urban residential neighborhood.
Correct, yeah. It's zoned light industrial, and the future land use plan that was established as part of the comp plan show that as, eventually, that's the long-term vision for this property.
Okay, and is there a similar limit on the concrete batch plant that's already out there?
And not that I'm aware of.
And is there any limit on the rock and aggregate company?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on
It goes all the
that.
way back. If you look at that one, I guess that was the picture I was looking at. That's the one that goes the farthest back, where they store all the rock. Okay. So all that right now is zoned light industrial.
Correct.
And-
Yes, sir.
And the master plan is to have it become urban residential.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, one more question, I'm sorry. Were any of the deficiencies in the submission that you described cured between the time of P and Z and tonight?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chair, you mentioned that there's a portion of this land that is under flood restriction. What percentage is under the flood plain?
Okay, so on the site plan, I believe it's on the western portion of the site. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. It's on the western and northern portion of the site here. It's not where there is any proposed concrete.
We can show
Along
that
the
on
board.
exhibit, sir. We can answer that question.
Thank you.
Right. Council, any other questions? I understand the applicant is here and has a presentation. Sir?
Here you go. Just click this right button.
Right click back and forth. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Names and
evening.
addresses, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name for the record is Phil Flink. I'm an executive officer of the Strata Companies. Tonight with me is Mr. Steve McGlisco, also an executive officer of the Strata Companies. My address for the record is 650 Skyline, Hutchins, Texas, 75141.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members, Steve McGlisco is my name. I live at 928 Falcon Lane in Capel.
This evening, we appreciate the opportunity to address all of you. We would like to address directly some of the comments by staff and want to be clear with all of you this evening. With a 0 to 7 vote at P&Z, we do not feel we're not here to waste your time. In a nutshell, some of the most important factors of our case were not allowed to be considered at P&Z because they were economic in nature. In fact, one of the P&Z members made it very clear that you do understand, Mr. Flink, that we cannot consider that economic component, in which I graciously said, understood, sir. And that's why we're here tonight. We felt that this is the forum for us to be able to present all of the facts clearly. And while we respect the staff report and the work done by city staff and P&Z, it doesn't paint the perfect picture of what we're trying to accomplish. Specifically talking about this part of town, if this case was something that simply fit inside of a box, I wouldn't be standing in front of you today because there would be no additional facts that would need to be shared. So what we'd like to do is have Mr. McGlisco come up and speak a few minutes about our case, and then I'd like to add some color to what our presentation is tonight. Mr. McGlisco.
Thank you, Phil. And we'll try to keep this quick. We understand there's a very, very full agenda tonight, and we don't want to waste your time, so we're going to try to get through this as quickly as we can. As my associate here mentioned, we are in this kind of difficult area where you can't just really check a box. It's obvious, with the comp plan that there was a decision to change the current use of this area, and this area has been used for this for quite a long time, I've been told. One of the comments that we got back was, even if we have a limited time SUP, which is what we're asking for, any new SUP perpetuates the existing uses and it makes it harder to change over to urban residential. Councilman Walker, you had some good questions that it's obviously not urban residential right now. Is going to be a challenge, I think, to transfer that over to urban residential. Our goal with the 5 years is kind of to concurrently, while the city is working on this transition, to bring in a bunch of money for the city in the form of taxes for the batch plant, and then after the 5-year term, when things are moving over to urban residential, the SUP would end and we would leave. Looking at a transition, and the picture on the left does show the floodplain. The property to the far west is in the floodplain, and of course you can see the floodway in the red striped area. We have a little bit of floodplain in the back by the golf course, and there's a little bit along the border, but the rest of our project is outside the floodplain. To get into urban housing, it's not just an overnight thing, and you really almost need to do it all at once. You can't really put in housing next to all these other very dense, high-use purposes. So just kind of looking, all that green did not turn out at all. I apologize for that. It looks good on my computer screen up here, but yeah, you can't even read it. So to transition it over, the blue is kind of dealing with what's there right now. The green is, well, what has to happen for a developer to come in and make it into urban residential. I've been doing land development, mixed use, master plans since probably 2002. I have a lot of experience with them. I did look through your comprehensive plan. There are some steps that were listed in there, such as public financing, partnering with the developer, a lot of these things that I agree would necessarily have to happen. Some things that might be missing in there. Because of the not a manufacturer, the auto repair facility, you get a lot of environmental issues with cars that are stored for a long period of time on a lot. There's probably going to need to be at least an environmental study. There might be some remediation. With the floodplain, you might need to do a LOMA or a LOMER plus a flood study. A lot of these things take a lot of time, but to change what's there right now, you're going to have to get rid of all the existing users that have been operating there for quite a number of years. We ran into lots of folks at the P&Z that frequented the restaurant and bar that's out there by the volleyball court. But most of those are going to have to obviously be shut down. The property is going to need to be purchased or condemned, or a developer come in and buy it from those folks. You're going to have to tear down the existing structures. All the abandoned equipment and machinery is going to have to be removed. All the concrete parking is going to need to be removed. There's a non-conforming fire hydrant in place that'll have to be removed. And then, you know, looking at the time frame of all that would take and how it's going to be paid for is kind of still up in the air. And so if you look at kind of a timeline, and a bunch of these things were in the blue, some of them are in the green, which unfortunately you can't read. But so over kind of a 5-year timeline, while this transition is happening, I guess there's not a pointer on this, is there? No, it doesn't matter. While this is happening over the next 5 years, we can be doing, or the city can be doing all these things, getting a developer, doing the flood studies, closing the existing businesses, demolition, noise studies for the train, all these things that need to happen to do this transition to urban residential. While that's happening, we think that during this 5 years, we can run the batch plant, and it brings in about $3 million in tax revenue for the city over those 5 years. So if we can get this SUP, it gets the city $3.8 million. We're out in 5 years. You'll probably still be doing a transition in that 5-year period. We see this as a win-win for the city and for us. We'll be out of your way when you want to have the urban residential by the 2030 time, and we'll bring in a bunch of tax revenue for you guys.
Go back one. To add to Mr. McGlisco's comments, you know, one of the items that came up during the P&Z was one of the commissioners did ask staff, well, what is the plan for transition? And the plan was very clear. It was silence. Now, having said that, we're not here to contest what 2030 should be. We're not here to contest that efforts aren't being made to transition it. We're trying to point out that simultaneously with a sunset clause, where our ask is to come in and operate, produce sales tax revenue, business personal property tax revenue, which based off our calculations, which are real, to the tune of near $3.8 million for the city. The good thing is, I don't have to predict what 2030 looks like tonight, and neither do you. In the green on the left, you'll see the pathway. Tonight is City Council, use, and economics. Having said that, we're not asking for the other green box, a CO tonight. There are many, many hurdles that we still have to go through, including very specific tasks. One of the questions that Mr. Walker asked was, have we adjusted any of the conditions? Have we made any adjustments? We have not, and we did not do so because we accept those conditions. That we still have to prove up the items that are deficient. Having said that, we still have to, if we get a favorable this evening from you all, hopefully we do, all we're asking for is not a CO. We are asking to come back, address the conditions, come back in front of and work with city staff to get a plat, and then ultimately go back to P&Z and get a plat approved, ultimately have to get with staff and get a civil drawings complete while addressing all of the criteria that need to be done, while all the conditions are being satisfied, and ultimately we have to stand before you again for your ultimate approval. There are protections We have specific performance that we have to perform during that time at our risk. So anywhere down the way, if we do not do what we say we're going to do, we can get shut down. Those are the protections here today. What we're asking for this evening is simply an understanding of what the use would be, and the P&Z was not able to consider the economic impact whatsoever. Currently, over the next 5 years, if we leave everything the way it is, the city can expect $3,116 in property tax, $0 in sales tax revenue. If we move forward, the city can expect, based off our projections, and we can prove these up, and we have, $120,200 over 5, $3.6 million in sales tax, for a grand total of approximately $3.7 million in real dollars, tax dollars to the city. That's based off the calculations in the existing Dallas CAD as our backup, just kind of showing you some of our backup. We're not drawing these numbers out of the sky. More of a detailed schedule showing kind of in the red boxes the SUP period, whether it's 36, 48, or 60 months. BPP stands for business personal property tax. Sales is sales tax revenue with the total revenue in the frequencies of 36, 48, and 60 months respectively. Having said that, the calculations are on your left based off actual real calculations. Now, having said that, is this money real? This is not speculative whatsoever, and here's why I can assure you of. We have a case study right now that we have, it's public record, that we have an annual resurfacing contract in the city of Dallas. That's just to the south and just to the east. The annual contract's $100 million. We're finishing that contract now. Based off actuals, we produced 28,500 cubic yards of concrete for that project. We have just been awarded that project, and it goes to council in 10 days in the city of Dallas, approximately 10 days. That is also bond funds at $100 million. So one of the objectives for this project is that project alone will generate $2.85 million in tax revenue to the city of Capel from this site. Second batch plant for Capel, why? To Mr. Walker's point, and those of you that have been on the property recently, I can paint the picture for you. The property to the west is 100% in the flood zone and or floodplain. It currently stores a bunch of old cars. There's a couple boats in case it floods. Hopefully there's boats out there. There's rocks being stored and vehicles being stored there for the adjacent business owner. It appears to the east. I haven't physically seen that, but that's what it appears to be. There's our property next. Next to us is a car repair. Next to that is a operating concrete batch plant operated by a large publicly traded municipal company. And next to that is the rock and the barn grill. Some of the things that we will do with the plant is we'll open it up to the public, the residents of Capel. Should they want to replace their driveway and so or lead walks or patios, we will sell to them. Our prices, it's a family-owned business, 5 brothers, 3 sisters, second generation. We'll honor a pretty standard price around $145 a cubic yard, which on a typical driveway for a resident, based off our calculations and materials alone, is approximately $1,650 for the resident. At the end of the day, how to make Capel a better city? Look, we're here at the end of the day to propose a batch plant. We're here to propose a use, but here's the benefits for the city. Here's the risks to the city. We talked about the procedures that have to happen in the sequential order moving forward. At any point in time, we do not satisfy that criteria, we're shut down. After 60 months, we're shut down. The SUP expires. Those are protections. That's a sunset clause. Those are protections to the city. We have a TCEQ permit in hand. And at the end of the day, we feel that all this can be done at the same time that urban residential is transitioning out of this area. Mr. McGlisco, have I missed anything? Anything you'd like to add?
We really, truly believe that this area is going to take a while and a lot of work to transition. We think the transition is great. We think that the future vision that Capel has for this area is great. We're not really looking to change that. We're fine with it. But we really think during this transition period, and it's going to take potentially longer than 5 years, we can work with you guys, bring in a lot of money, Cities always can find a place to put money, new parks, new amenities for folks, whatever it might be, additional staff that might be required, safety, a couple more police officers are always good. And we think this is a win-win as far as the money goes. And there's enough power that you guys have with the sunset clause and then all the hurdles we have to jump through that if we don't meet, we're done. Gives a lot of protection for the city. And we're willing to work with that. We're fine with all of the conditions that Matt had brought up and the other ones that P&Z brought up as well. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. McKisco, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're a Coppell resident, correct?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to, first of all, thank you for being the Coppell resident and bringing economic opportunities to Coppell, regardless of how the decision goes. Thank you for that. I have a question for Mr. Steer. Matt, with the existing concrete mixing company, are there any issues with noise and dust and pollution in the soil?
I've only heard issues with the noise, and that's the apartments to the west. Whenever the trucks back up, makes a beeping noise.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Nevels.
Gentlemen, thank y'all so much for coming up. I appreciate the time and effort that you put into the presentation, so thank you for that. Just love to know a little bit more about the company. What are your locations? What's your footprint for the company? I heard the brothers and sisters, which make up the company, but with the Strata Concrete, tell us more about that. What does that look like?
Thank you. Again, Phil Flink with the Strata Companies. So the current makeup of the companies exists mainly south of 635. So our corporate office is in Hutchins, Texas, which we operate 3 portable batch plants there in good standing. We have about 6 other locations to the south. Basically, if you paint a picture from Hutchins going back to the east, you're going to roughly hit Terrell. Going back to the west, you're roughly going to hit just north of Fort Worth. That's kind of our footprint. One of the issues that's the driving force behind this location is in the summer months. There is a COG spec that as the summer months are approaching, that concrete, after a certain amount of time, expires. Puts a lot of efforts, a lot of infrastructure on the road, a lot of wasted resources, and so forth. A lot of the work that's done in the northern suburbs, I'll call these the northern relative to where we're at, by the time we get concrete trucks up to this area, we're right on the edge of it. This would allow us to safely batch concrete and produce it for the projects on this part of the corridor and make sure that we're not wasting valuable resources where they could not be utilized properly.
I want to say I appreciate the detailed answer because that was actually going to be my next question is what's the motivation? So thank you for proactively answering that. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, obviously, I went out there and drove out there and looked around. So it's my understanding that on a land use submission, we are not allowed to consider the economics of this any more than our Planning and Zoning Commission is. These are very specific submissions, so it would actually, I think, it would be illegal or at least violate the law for us to consider the finances of this within the context of a land use submission. So while everything that you say I will accept as being true, we can't consider any of that any more than P&Z could, is my understanding. So, and I will also tell you that Matt Steer is a humble guy, but he's one of the foremost subject matter experts you'll find anywhere in North Texas on these types of submissions. He's really one of the best. And when he tells me that your initial submissions aren't complete, what he's really saying is, of all the hurdles you've identified, you haven't even cleared the first one. So there are technical issues in your submission that would have to be addressed and corrected, in my view, before we could consider this. And so that's why I can't support it. Your submissions are incomplete, so the land use aspect of this, in my view, isn't even before us. And none of the economics can be taken into account. So I think, as difficult as that is, I mean, look, sounds like a great company, and I appreciate your interest in bringing something to our town. I truly do. I mean, I cared enough about it to drive out there and eyeball it. But you've made it impossible, in my view, for us to consider this and to override P&Z. And even if it wasn't overriding P&Z with a supermajority, without an accurate and technically complete submission, in my view, we don't have anything to consider. So I'm just being real honest with you guys. You've put a lot into this, and I think you deserve candor, so that's where I'm at.
May I speak? I appreciate the comments. I can understand the basis. What is the formal mechanism in the city of Capel to be able to address an economic, I guess, economic windfall in trying to present a favorable opportunity in a area that is, I guess, if we look at the use, and we're just honest, and I appreciate you going up, taking the time, your valuable time to go out there. What is in compliance in that area? Is the current plant in compliance, considering the urban residential? Is the junkyard and the stored vehicles in the floodplain and flood zone? Is any of that compliant? I'm just trying to have an understanding of what this part of town is. My initial comments were really, if this was a simply check it in the box type of project, I wouldn't come up here and waste y'all's time. This is a part of town that's kind of the southeastern outpost. It's the eastern property. If you throw a rock if you turn to the east and throw a rock, you're going to hit Capel or Carrollton pretty quickly. So it's kind of an anomaly. It's not the most advantageous part of town, but there are uses for the property. We as a stakeholder would like to be able to utilize our property. The property owner and his father before, from my understanding, were in good standing with the city and paid their taxes. He is in support of what we're trying to do here. So is there a mechanism for us to come before the Economic Development Corporation, an individual council member whose district this is in? How do we address this opportunity with the city of Capel?
Councilmember Walker, you are on a roll.
Okay. I don't think we can provide you an answer to that question. That would be providing you effectively legal advice with respect to your submission. I would encourage you to explore the possibility of engaging a land use expert or lawyer and asking them that advice, which, in all honesty, should have been done before you went to all this time and trouble. These are very technical submissions, and there's only certain things we can consider. And sales tax and all that other stuff, property tax, none of that is something that we could even include in the calculus. And so, it's not because I don't want to, or that it's just that I actually cannot, any more than P&Z could. I was on P&Z for 7 years before I was on council, so I do have, a certain amount of familiarity with what goes on there. And if your submission isn't complete with respect to what our staff looked at, and P&Z's already voted you down, I just don't see how we can approve an incomplete submission based upon the information you've provided.
The decision to do that was mine. I made that decision based off facts that were provided in the P&Z meeting. that in fact, we did supply a complete submittal, that staff would still not recommend the use of the property because it doesn't conform with the 2030 master plan.
And sir, we did talk with a land use attorney. They felt that because the current use was all light industrial and there was no real clear path to change that, even though the comp plan showed it changed. We did at PNC see several other applicants work against the 2030 land plan and get exemptions to that. And our land use attorney told us that that was not necessarily common, but it definitely occurred. He felt that because of the like use of what we were asking for and the fact that we were doing it short term, we stood a good chance of getting an approval.
So I'm going to make an offer or suggestion. It's my opinion that if we went to a vote tonight, you're going to be denied. That's my opinion. I can't speak for the 7 of them. I don't vote, by the way. What I'm going to offer is that we offer you a continuance tonight. That way you can go back and talk to Mr. Steer. I would suggest that you engage with an attorney, like Mr. Walker said. And Councilmember Walker is absolutely correct. Our first job here would be to decide whether we're going to change our land use plan. That's what we're here for. And that's what you need to talk to Mr. Steer about. So council, would that be fair if we continue this to an additional meeting? Okay, I will need a motion saying so.
Do we need a specific?
We do need a date specific on that.
Do we have specific, I mean, when is the next, sorry, I apologize.
We meet,
When is
we
the
meet
next
on
meeting?
the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of every month, but not this month.
We're gonna need some more
So
time.
we will be meeting the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of April and May. April 14th, the 28th.
We would respectfully request the April 28th.
Okay. Council, Councilmember Nevels.
I'll take a stab at it, Mayor. Mayor, I move to continue agenda item 10 to the April 28th meeting.
Thank you very much.
Would that include the public hearing also?
Keep the public.
Yes,
hearing-
well, we would need to leave and keep the public hearing open. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll, second. Thank you. Any discussion before we vote on this one? All right, thank you. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, guys, for all, I know you put a lot of work into this, and I think this is going to be your best step going forward.
Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Item number 11 is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And I was going to ask Mr. Steer to, okay. Mr. Steer will read this into the record.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is item number 11 this evening, is to hold a public hearing, consider approval of PD 213 R8H Lost Creek Live Work Edition, lots 1 through 5 and 6X Block A, zoning change request from PD 213 R7H to PD 213 R8H to revise the detailed site plan for the 5 two-story live-work buildings, allowing for single-family residential use for each unit, in addition to the live-work use on 0.71 acres of property located at the northeast corner of South Capel Road and Heath Lane at the request of Chris Collins, being represented by Greg Franca, GPF Architects. So this property and the surrounding properties on South Capel Road have undergone several zoning changes since the adoption of the old Capel Master Plan in April 2002 and the Capel 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan in March 2011, which incorporated the same mixed-use concepts for Old Town. In 2003, the property to the north of the subject tract was rezoned to allow 21 residential townhome lots with the 2 lots that front on Coppell Road reserved for commercial. The subject property was part of a rezoning in 2007 that established 25 townhome lots to the east, and then office and retail conceptual plans on the subject property fronting on South Coppell Road. In November 2015, Council approved the Lost Creek Phase 2 live-work units across Heath Lane from this request, which consisted of 3 live-work units fronting on South Coppell Road. Then in August 2018, Council approved a zoning change request to allow 2 live-work units to the north of this property on McNear fronting South Coppell Road. In 2021, Council approved this development, which allowed for the construction of 5 speculative live-work units and 1 common area parking lot. Then in November 2023, Council approved a revision to this plan development, allowing for building modifications and retail as an appropriate use for the first floor. This current case was brought before the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 18, 2025. After discussion related to the proposed residential use, the Commission left the hearing open until the February 19, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission and instructed the applicant to work with staff and the city attorney to define appropriate home occupations that could be allowed if approved. Let me take a step back here. The existing zoning allows live-work. The first floor should contain professional office or retail, and the retail could go up to 800 square feet. And 1 of the units can be medical office on the first floor. And then on the second floor of all the units, residential use would be allowed for the employee or owner of the business. In addition to the existing zoning allowing these live-work uses, the original request was for each unit to consist solely of a standard single-family residential use on both the upper and lower floors. So looking at the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan, it shows this property as appropriate for commercial mixed-use infill. Live-work units have consistently been allowed to fulfill this requirement. These consist of the business on the first floor and the owner of the business to occupy the residence on the second floor. For this reason, staff was unable to support the proposed zoning change to allow residential homes fronting on this portion of South Coppell Road. So as mentioned, after discussion related to the proposed residential use, the Commission left the hearing open until the February Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, instructed the applicant to work with staff and the city attorney to define the appropriate home occupations that could be allowed if approved. So in January, staff, the city attorney, and the applicant met and came to an understanding of the definition of home-based business unique to the live-work units that could be included in the PD ordinance to satisfy the Commission's request. The definition is as follows. For the purposes of this plan development, home-based business shall mean a use within a residence which would consist of service-oriented uses. The use may have customers or clients and/or employees coming to and from the residence. The use may be visible from the exterior. No outside activities related to the home-based business shall be allowed in the driveway or front yard. Garages shall not be used for the home-based business. So we sent out 34 letters within 200 feet. We had gotten 2 responses in favor, and I passed out the written responses. And then we sent out 101 letters within 800 feet. We received 1 that was opposed. I believe you guys got the email yesterday. And then 1 within that 800 feet was in favor and stated that they thought it would help move the project along. And then 2 outside the 800 feet were returned in favor as well. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, 6-1, recommended approval subject to the following PD conditions, and the amendments are shown in bold here. So number 1, submit the amended HOA documents for city attorney review prior to new building permits. 2, all building permits may be residential use with a home-based business as defined below. For the purposes of this plan development, home-based business shall mean a use within a residence which would consist of service-oriented uses. The use may have customers/clients and/or employees coming to and from the residence. They changed the word may to shall in this sentence here. The use shall be visible from the exterior, and then no outside activity related to the home-based business shall be allowed. Garages shall not be used for the home-based business. And then they added this condition: a certificate of occupancy shall be required by the homeowner/commercial business owner of the property. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is in the audience, and I'm available for questions as well.
Thank you very much. I had one question. Who developed that definition in item 2?
The city attorney.
Thank you. Councilmember Walker.
I'd like to request an executive session at this time, please.
All right, we will be recessing from the regular Coppell City Council to convene into executive session in the first floor conference room. Thank you very much. We have recessed from executive session at 9:18 and are going to reconvene in 5 minutes at 9:25. We recess from executive session and will return to the regular session of the Coppell City Council. The time is 9:24. Mr. Steer. You had just presented your presentation.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Council, did you have any questions for Mr. Steer? All right, does the applicant have any comments to make? Mr. Collins, do you have any comments you'd like to make? No.
My name is Chris Collins. I live at 217 Glenwood here in Coppell, Texas, and here we are again. So what brought us to this point was not being able to sell the building that we did build first. So it's been under contract multiple times. When people have gone to find out if their use would be acceptable, they were being told that it wasn't acceptable, that the businesses that were in these buildings had to be open to the public. So Matt and I sat down on several occasions trying to hammer out, where is that in the PD? Their own professional office. We came back before you because we had somebody that wanted retail. So we went through the rezoning then to get it to retail. So we've done everything we could to be compliant with a use. And the bottom line is, we had people that wanted to buy the unit, rent the second floor, run a business out of the first floor. They were told that's unacceptable, can't do that. This is live work, it's owner occupied business and such. So then when we started running into other live works that weren't compliant, such as the one that I sold to an attorney because he said he was going to put a law firm in it, and he gave it to his daughter to live in as a single-family home. The one next to that, a couple bought with the sole intent of just living there, not having a business, and finding out that the chiropractor was able to rent his unit out and still run his business out of it, said, what the heck? So we just would like to get them sold, as would everybody. So that was the intent of asking to just zone them as one of the multiple uses residential. So when we came before the planning and zoning, we came up with let's adjourn this and take another look at it. So Matt and Bob and I sat down and hammered out this residential home-based business and worked on that, brought it back to planning and zoning. They blessed it, and so here we are today.
Thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Mr. Collins? Councilmember Walker, I think you have a bunch, but
that's
okay. I saw Mr. Walker first.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Collins, so do you think this makes these units saleable then?
Given the number of people that have looked at them for the purpose of a business that would not be open to the public, yes. It's probably about 30% of the ones that have walked away that are just, if they could be single-family homes, they would all be under contract within 6 months and we'll all be gone. But understand that doesn't comply with, the goal for Old Town to be the live work, the walkable businesses. But, where are we headed? We've had this conversation for a couple of years now with Old Town. And so we're just caught in this stall pattern, about $3 million into this project, and we can't get out of it. So investment groups are just not interested in putting more money in it. We have a way out. So the idea was to come before you to ask if we could zone them as one of the acceptable uses as residential. One of the comments that was made in the public hearing with the zoning was that they don't want to erode away at the master plan for Old Town. And they felt like by doing this, they were to residential would be eroding that master plan vision, when in fact there's already been eroded because they're not being compliant with the zoning currently. So coming up with this was an alternative that I felt like would help us move the project down the road.
Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Collins, thank you so much for being here today. You kind of alluded in your answer that you said, in my mind, what I'm, by allowing home-based type of business here, what makes this a commercial property in your mind? I mean, obviously you've got a home-based business that's operating, in there, but in your mind, what's the difference between that and it just being straight residential?
Well, Bob in one of our conversations made mention of, he's an attorney, and he could not buy one and put his law firm in it because he wasn't open to the public. So he still would have that. We've had CPAs that are not tax-preparing CPAs. They're not open to the public, but they do bookkeeping. And that wasn't going to work for them because they're not open to the public, but yet they do see clients occasionally for their bookkeeping business. So I believe someone on planning and zoning said that he had looked at him, but he couldn't move his business in it because he wasn't open to the public. And it would make it available for him with that zoning change.
And a follow-up, so I heard you mention a bookkeeper / CPA, an attorney. Can you give us examples of some of the other occupations that weren't able to be allowed in there? Do you have any other examples that you could share with us?
Had a lady that did engraving for gifts or swag bags kind of stuff, but she wasn't open to the public. All internet sales shipped out the back door. And she ended up in Grapevine.
Okay. Just a follow-up, I mean, based on your understanding, if she were to open up her door, like even though she shipped online and said, hey, like turn the bottom floor into the, into a store where she sells engraving stuff to the public, that would satisfy the definition that we're looking for, correct?
Of what we're doing today, yes. She could have simply had a shelf in the front. It would be less than 800 square foot retail and be a retail. We would still have, I know I heard the comment about revenue, but it would be a sales, point of sale collection if it was sold here, so.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilmember Prem Kumar?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Collins, thanks for your presentation and thanks for finding ways to be successful. Those examples that you gave, are those properties in Coppell? The examples where like a chiropractor was renting it out to someone?
Yes, he's the furthest north live work
Okay.
before you hit Gene Murph's old building on South Coppell Road.
All right. So, second question, completely different topic. So today, a CPA that does not have customers visiting, or a lawyer that does not have customers visiting, they can buy any of the existing residential properties in Coppell. So why would they want to come buy this and have the signage out there, pay the corporate level taxes? Why would they want to do that when they can buy any of the residential homes in Coppell?
Okay, so one, the taxes would be the same. It's based on the value of the building. The tax rate doesn't change just because it's commercial. Your trash is a little higher, your water's a little
But you
higher.
can't get a homestead exemption, right?
You can get a homestead exemption, yes, sir.
You can, okay, keep
So-
going.
So for that individual, if he has a home-based business in, say, on Falcon Street, he could not have a client come to his home because it's prohibited in the home-based business for the rest of the city. So the definition that we drew, and I'm gonna let Bob correct me if I'm going the wrong direction on this. The definition that we drew up meant he could be a home-based business and have clients meet him there. A CPA that needed to have somebody drop off paperwork or such.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. And this actually might be a question for Matt, just a clarification right quick. So the only real difference, because we're just adding an additional use, correct?
Correct.
To the PD.
Yes, sir.
And so the only real difference is now, it's still, because it still has to have a business in the bottom, correct?
Yes.
But it may or may not have customers that come to it. That's ultimately what adding
Exactly.
about this other use. I mean, you could still have the other use that has customers coming in, but you may
Right.
now be able to not have customers come in. But you still have to have a business downstairs.
Right. I think on the first floor, it's 1,200 square feet for your office. What's half of the first floor? What is that?
So half of the first floor, the city ordinance on live work is that 50%, at least 50% of the first floor has to be business use.
Okay.
And with that said, our first floor is approximately 1,200 square foot, depending on where you move a wall. And so it would be up to 600, a minimum of 600 square foot on the first floor would be ADA compliant for that
Okay.
business, including an ADA compliant bathroom.
And that's the existing, the way it is today. And so now we're just adding this other use that still requires that. It still has to, this business still has to occupy half the bottom
So
floor.
one of the things that we had discussed, by keeping it live work in a commercial building, is that if it was just straight residential, it wouldn't require the fire suppression system. And so by building them out with the live work construction guidelines, they would have the fire suppression. So if someone had a home-based business and was ready to sell it, and somebody wanted to come in and do retail or a professional office, it would already be built to those specifications.
Okay.
But as a home-based business, are you saying that they could occupy as a residence into that area, the home-based? The
Yes, but
business
even
portion?
even under the current code, if someone did 600 square feet on the first floor and had their ADA compliant bathroom and 600 square feet for their business, and then had a wall, they could have their kitchen or a primary bedroom downstairs in the other 600 square feet. Obviously, it'd be a small bedroom.
My other question, this is actually for Mr. Collins again. So this is the unit number 1 out of 5 that go on that property, on the project?
Yes, so the one building that is currently is an empty shell.
Okay.
And we don't want to finish it out. We had a hair salon looking at being in it, and had we finished it out and she didn't get her loan, I'd be stuck with a hair salon and only one user. So we haven't intentionally not wanted to finish them out until we had an end-use buyer in mind, because there would be a commercial finish out specific to that use.
Is the plan still to continue on with the project even after this first unit, theoretically would be sold or whatever? I mean, that is the idea.
The discussions that we've had with the investors that put the money up for this project, that with this approval, we would start construction on the next building, that we stopped construction when 3 contracts in a row fell through.
Okay, so the intention is to complete the project
Yes.
once they
Start moving
selling
forward.
or whatever. But it's not, the idea is not to abandon the project. That's what, okay.
Yeah. The economics, just, had we built all of the buildings and they sat there this long, it'd be about a $2 million outlay between the cost to carry the property taxes and landscaping, et cetera. It just wouldn't, no way out.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councilmember Matthew.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question for Mr. Steer. I just need a clarification from the discussion we had. So if, in my home, if I want to register a business and part of my office is first floor in my home, and customers are allowed to visit there, correct?
And not in your single-family district. They would not be allowed to come visit. You wouldn't be allowed to have any visible activity coming to and from your home for your home occupation.
Even
So-
if you dedicate a space as business?
Correct.
I see. Thank you.
Council, any other questions? We did not have anybody sign up to speak for the public hearing. I did have one question for Mr. Steer, though. Sorry. Was there any discussion on storefront signage or storefront images or anything like that?
Yeah, we actually had some discussion. We put the condition in here. It says the use shall be visible from the exterior, and that would be a method of achieving that goal, right?
In our home-based business, just like he was discussing with you, you couldn't have a sign that said tax accountant, whereas here, you could have signage on the building. We discussed that the signage would be approved by, they would have the authority in, how do we come up with that word?
To
Administratively?
administratively approve signage, and that would actually contribute if you guys wanted to add something like that as a condition specific.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nevels.
Mr. Steer, just with the, I see the word shall in bold, so that means that's required.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any guidelines on these as to the size of the sign, or obviously administrative approval, right? And we have regulations. So what does that look like?
So when we were looking at the front elevation of the building, a 10-square-foot sign, a hanging sign on their porch. So they've got a front porch, right? So it would be hanging on the when you're facing the building, maybe the left side, hanging down where you're not going to bang your head on it when you go in. And then signage on the door may say something like hours of operation, not open to the public, something like that. You know, just giving some more direction, you know, so you don't have people coming knocking on your door and coming in, you know, at odd hours.
But let's say hypothetically with our our CPA example that you referred to earlier, if that CPA doesn't see clients on there, then you'd have a sign that says there's a CPA, but then you would need to,
Maybe some signage that says not open to the public.
okay.
Or by appointment only.
By appointment only.
Okay,
Yep.
just want to make sure I can conceptualize what that looks like.
All right. Council, any other questions or comments? Thank you, guys. Seeing none, I will accept a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close the public hearing and approve item
11.
number 11 with conditions.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Walker. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Nevels, Matthew, Hill. Opposed, Hinojosa Smith, Prem Kumar. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 12 is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and ask Ms. Boswell to read the item into the record.
Item number 12, hold a public hearing and consider approval of Plan Development 326 Multifamily 2, a zoning change request from Highway Commercial to Plan Development 326 Multifamily 2, and future land use amendment from Freeway Special District to Residential Urban Neighborhood to allow a 225-foot, 4-story, age-restricted 55-plus apartment complex on approximately 9.9 acres located on the west side of North Coppell Road and north of Canyon Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This particular item is a two-part request. So part one is the detailed plan development for a 4-story, 225-unit, age-restricted, 55 years of age, multifamily product on approximately 9.9 acres. The second part is a change to the future land use map from Freeway Special District to Urban Residential Neighborhood in order to allow the multifamily request. This request supports Vision 2040's Pillar 4, future-oriented approach to residential development's goal related to exploring new options for 55-plus population that maintain high standard of living while reducing footprint. So this proposed 4-story, 225-unit apartment complex is about 50 feet in height and would be age-restricted to persons 55 and over. The property is triangular in shape. It is set back approximately 223 feet from North Coppell Road on the east, 95 feet from Canyon Drive on the south, and 79 feet from the mid-rise office lot to the northwest. The eastern portion of the property has a drainage channel and a 100-foot Brazos electrical transmission line easement that runs north-south parallel to North Coppell Road. The entrance will be from Canyon Drive with 2 driveways. There are several PD conditions being requested, one of them being the amount of parking provided on site. The typical MF2 apartment is required to provide 2 parking spaces per unit, plus a half space for guest parking per unit. So what that means for 225 units, this would require 563 parking spaces. At P&Z, they were proposing to provide 341 parking spaces, which include 30 visitor spaces, and translated to 1.5 spaces per unit. Since that P&Z meeting, the applicant has been able to add 26 parking spaces, bringing the total number of spaces from 341 to 367, and translates to 1.63 spaces per unit versus the 1.5 originally proposed. So another PD condition is the allowable number of stories and density. 2 stories and 22 units per acre are the maximum allowed by ordinance in the MF2 district. This project is proposing 4 stories and 22.75 units per acre. They are providing covered parking for 184 spaces, which is half of the proposed parking, which meets the MF2 requirement. They were able to lower the southeast corner of the building to 3 stories where it faces single-family residential without losing any units. So this was done based off some of the comments at the P&Z meeting. So basically a unit breakdown of what they're proposing: 142 one-bedroom and 83 two-bedroom units, with square footages ranging from 720 to 1020 for the one-bedroom and 1110 to 1350 for the two-bedroom. The typical MF2 product minimum requirements for one bedroom is 600 square feet and a two-bedroom is 700 square feet. So these would exceed those minimums. And there would be 2 elevators proposed. So a traffic impact analysis, determination, and parking memorandum from Kimley Horn was submitted. This memo analyzed the proposed 225 dwelling units. Trip generation was calculated using senior adult housing, multifamily land use. Based on the information, the development is anticipated to generate 731 daily trips, with 43 AM peak hour trips and 56 PM peak hour trips. They also provided calculation for senior adult housing, calculating 0.61 parking spaces per unit for a total of 138 parking spaces. As I mentioned earlier, the development is providing 367 spaces, which includes 30 guest parking spaces, totaling 1.63 spaces per unit. As part of their submittal, they indicate that this type of development will produce less traffic than what an office or shopping center would generate. And that's what Exhibit A on your screen shows. So daily for the multifamily would be 731, general office building 1175, and a shopping center of about 5,400 roughly. So in terms of amenities, the developer is proposing to have the following interior amenities: a media room, a fitness center, a business center, a resident lounge, a beauty salon, a game room / activity room, a mail room and library room, leasing area. They are also planning to provide a reading nook on each floor. Exterior amenities are proposed to include a fenced dog park, a pool, a hot tub, grilling area, and community garden. So additional information is provided on the amenities exhibit on the screen. I also did speak with them earlier today regarding some kind of shuttle on site, and so they did say that they would have some kind of shuttle or Sprinter van to transport people. So in terms of unit counts, for the first floor, they're looking at 52 units, second floor 55, third floor 62, fourth floor 56, for a total of 225 units. They provide a photo sheet with typical unit finishes. According to the developer, all units will have vinyl plank flooring, stainless steel appliances, quartz countertops, two-tone cabinets, subway tile backsplash, high-speed internet, and smart thermostats. In terms of landscaping, the landscape plan provided show that they meet the minimum area requirements. Approximately 46.7% of the site is proposed to be landscaped, which does include the Brazos electrical easement and drainage channel. The developer is working to obtain permission from the easement holder regarding the placement of overstory trees and what type of landscaping would be allowed in the easement area. Staff is requesting a condition that would allow staff administratively approve any landscaping changes to the easement area. So they are proposing to plant 108 overstory trees and 59 ornamental trees. And we are requiring that the tree mitigation plan be updated to include the drainage area. In terms of elevations, the building elevations and material board show a variety of materials and colors proposed for the building. two brick colors, a Kingston gray and pecan. Additionally, there's a shaker beige cementitious siding and a light beige and antique pewter stucco. So the window frames will be in a dark bronze and dark green with dark green accent panels. The balcony area of each unit will have 8-inch fiber cement boards placed horizontally with a 3/4 inch spacing in between. This will also require PD conditions since the ordinance requires solid site-bearing fence or wall when to screen such balcony or patio from view of the street. There will be a flat roof as depicted in the color of elevations and renderings. The materials will be used in different sections and articulations. So here we're looking at the south and north elevations. Here we get a look at the west elevation and the east elevation. If you look at the top drawing there, just where the red little bar is, you'll see at that corner the building is actually 3 stories, and they changed that in order to appease some of the neighbors to make that part of the building a little bit lower. So here we've got just some renderings of the building. Here you get a kind of a better look at that 3-story portion at the corner of Capel and Canyon, then a night view of the entryway. So the covered parking will be metal, painted a warm gray. The roof features a light tan finish to match the building's exterior. A perimeter fence is to be erected around the site, 6 feet in height, a metal fence with masonry columns spaced 50 feet apart. They are working with staff to have a gated entrance. So we're finalizing kind of the location of those gates to comply with fire requirements. The materials will match the building materials. The outside trash enclosure will also match the building materials. So there is no specific signage for the building that was proposed. There is a 60-foot monument sign that was shown on Canyon Drive. It's depicted in the sign details. It'll have a matching brick, and the verbiage on the sign may change, but essentially it'll look something like that. Any proposed building signage will need to conform to city requirements. So the second part of this request is a land use amendment. The 2030 master plan currently calls for this area to be Freeway Special District. The purpose of this designation was to provide areas within the community for conventional high-intensity regional commercial uses and office development dependent upon good transportation, access to highway interchanges, and frontage roads. These areas are primarily intended for medium to large-scale developments, serving travelers and clientele from the region, and typically high volumes of ingress and egress by vehicular traffic. Uses appropriate for Freeway Special District include hotels, multi-story office, medium to large-scale regional commercial uses, restaurants. So the developer is requesting to amend the future land use plan for this site to urban residential neighborhood, which allows for a higher density residential uses and serves the needs of residents seeking alternatives to low and medium density single-family detached housing. Although the urban residential neighborhood land use in the master plan calls for a mix of housing with the majority being owner-occupied, not all rentals, this was the best match for the proposed use. The site is directly across the street from another apartment complex and would provide a good transition piece next to the office space, and again does support the Vision 2040's Pillar 4 goal related to exploring new options for 55 plus. So again, this is a zoning case. We did send out notices within 200 feet, additional notices within 800 feet. So originally we had one located within the 200 feet in opposition. We had 9 in opposition within 800 feet, an additional 9 beyond that 800 feet. So you should have handed out some responses. So originally, prior to the P&Z meeting, there was a form letter that was sent out to the neighbors, and those are the kind of the responses that we got back in opposition. Since the P&Z meeting, some of the neighbors met with the applicant yesterday, actually, to go over, to discuss their concerns. It appears that the residents' concerns were mostly addressed and solutions agreed upon in good faith should this development be approved. Some of the things that they were looking at were to have additional trees and benches in the Brazos easement area to make it a place for all public to access, to make sure that the traffic and construction zone aspects were well managed when construction, if it was approved, began. They had already increased the parking numbers since the P&Z, and they did lower the that corner of the building where it faces closer to the residential down to 3 stories. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend unanimous approval of the request subject to the following conditions. 1, there may be additional comments during the building permit and detailed engineering review. 2, a replat is required to be approved prior to engineering review and recorded prior to building permit. 3, park fees of $1,285 per unit shall be collected prior to plat recordation. 4, site lighting shall meet City of Coppell requirements. 5, to restrict the age of the residents within the development to persons aged 55 and older. 6, to allow for 1.63 parking spaces per unit. 7, to allow for 4 stories, 50 feet maximum height, 225 dwelling units, and a density of 22.7 units per acre. 8, for the balconies to have 8-inch fiber cement boards placed horizontally with 3/4-inch spacing in between the boards in lieu of being completely screened from view. 9, to update the tree mitigation plan to include drainage ditch area. 10, to allow staff to administratively approve any changes related to landscaping in the Brazos electrical easement. 11, to amend the future land use plan from freeway special district to urban residential neighborhood. That is the end of my presentation. And the applicant does also have a presentation, so I don't know if you want to watch that first and then have questions or what you'd like to do.
Let's do questions with you first, and then we can go to the applicant. Any questions for Ms. Boswell? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Boswell, since this will be an rental, it will be still treated as a commercial property, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the condition around the age, the 55 and over. Is that as long as there's at least one person who's 55? Is that how it works? And then if this property were to change ownership, could they make adjustments to that, or how would that work?
So it would be a PD condition, and with the way they operate, the one person has to be 55, and the youngest that a person can be would be 40. So no one younger than 40 would be allowed. And so both those, whoever lives there would have to be on the lease, and they would do all the, background checks and what have you.
I'm sorry, but then to follow up on that, so if they were to sell this property, would that go with the facility and the land, or
Yes, because it is a zoning, so it stays with the land.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the Brazos Electric easement,
Yes, sir.
does that actually currently have any kind of transmission or distribution infrastructure on the easement?
There are overhead lines.
Overhead lines?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 55 plus, who would police that?
So that is part of, actually in the ordinance. You know, I have talked to them about this a little bit, so we could go and do an audit as well. But just themselves, that is part of their application process. And so everyone who lives there would have to meet those requirements.
So they would police it?
Yeah, and they would be willing for us to go and audit them as well.
And then my final question for you, Mary. With respect to the fitness center, the beauty salon, the business center, the mail room, library, all the amenities, will there be permanently employed staff on the property operating those amenities?
I will let them answer that.
Okay. Fair enough, that's all I have for Mary.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll?
Thank you, Mayor. One clarification on the age. So the youngest person has to be 40. Does that include, does that mean that like grandkids or something could not live there with them? Is that the idea? Or
Correct.
So it really would only be adults?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thanks.
They would, when they go through their presentation, you'll see that it's 55, so at least one of the people living there has to be 55 and no one younger than 40. And if you do have guests, there's like a week maximum that you can have visitors staying there.
Councilmember Matthew? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I understand the applicant is here and has a presentation, so.
Okay, Nick? Got it.
Just as a note to the audience, we are keeping an eye on the weather, and at this point, we are not under a tornado watch. Oh, name and address, please, for the record.
Nick LaDuca, 1000 North Lamar, Austin, Texas, 78703. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time this evening considering our case. I wanted to give a quick overview of who the applicant is here. We are the Journeyman Group, family-owned and operated out of Austin, Texas. And under the Journeyman Group umbrella, we have basically all services underneath our company. So we have a general contractor that builds all of our projects. We are the owner, the operator, the developer, and then we also have our management company under our umbrella as well that manages all of our properties. And then we have multifamily primarily. We also have hospitality. We also have senior living. Here with me tonight, I have Kurt Gall, the president of JCI Residential, and Britta Edwards, the director of senior living for JCI. So we have about 4,800 multifamily units owned and managed. We were founded in 1996. We have one hotel currently under management. The 4,800 multifamily units is about 15 properties. We employ about 60 leasing members and 50 maintenance staff. Under the senior housing, we have 3 assisted living facilities totaling 257 units in the Austin area. So next I'm going to go into some of our products so you can see what we currently build and manage. So this is called 320 at the Vibe. It's 302 units in Kyle, Texas. Just south of Austin. We just completed it in December. Here's a rendering, and then this is the finished product. 4-story elevator, similar to the product that we're building here, just different exterior finishes. There's another drone shot. And an overview of the property. We've got 3 buildings, again, 302 units. And another shot there. Here's one of the amenity spaces at the pool. Next up, we've got Cantera. This is in Manor, Texas, which is a suburb of North Austin. Completed in August, 325 units, another Class A multifamily product, 4-story elevator. Here's one of our outdoor amenity spaces where we have things like bocce ball, mingling areas, fire pits, grills, things like that. There's a bocce ball shot there. There's a shot of our pool. Now into our senior living. Here's just some pictures of the Philomena in South Austin. You can see the lobby there. This is one of our cafe areas where it's kind of a flex space for events for residents, or just mingling, having a cup of coffee, hosting a book club. There's various uses for the space in the senior living world. Here's another lobby shot and the mailroom area. So the residents at Capel, we're proposing a 55-plus age-restricted community. No residents under the age of 40, like we talked about. No guests to stay over 7 consecutive days. Basically, a leaseholder is an individual that lives in the unit. So it could even include under 18 in a typical multifamily environment. So basically, that means every person living in the unit has to be over 40. The head of household has to be 55 or older. So we believe this development perfectly aligns with the Capel Vision 2040 plan for, trying to get more 55-plus housing in Capel. This would allow individuals in Capel to stay in their community, attend their same church, shop at the same grocery stores, and stay close to their families. So tonight we are seeking council's approval of this PD zoning case, and I am available for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the age again, I'm still getting not clear on that. So nobody under 40 can be on the lease.
Correct.
But you're saying nobody in the apartment can be under 40 also, is that correct?
Everybody living in the unit must be on the lease.
Okay. Okay, so that's good on that. The parking, going to the parking item, so I know it's under what we typically have required around here. Is it, I guess, how do you feel comfortable with the reduced amount of parking being sufficient?
Yeah, it's based on partly our experience. In our typical multifamily, we range anywhere from 1.5 spaces per unit to 1.75. And that's in a typical multifamily development. In our senior living, obviously, that's a lot less. Our senior livings are assisted livings. And so there's a lot less parking in those developments. And then looking at our competition, we've toured multiple complexes in this same kind of realm of 55 plus. One has a 1.34 parking ratio. This was a competitor in Plano. And then keep in mind the average age of a resident at another competitor that we visited. The property manager said their average age was 79. And so even though it is 55 plus, the age tends to skew into the mid 70s to 80s typically.
But you said even on your just regular multifamily, you even do, what would you say, 1.5 to 1.75?
Yes.
And that's even in your experience, even on the regular multifamily?
Correct.
That's sufficient, okay. And then going to the 55 plus, so how was that decision made? Like, was there market research about, where you would draw from? Because I'm probably a little bit concerned that you won't draw people from Capel to go live here. It'll be people from outside of Capel that come back in. So did you do some market research to figure out this should be 55 plus rather than just regular multifamily, or how was that decision sort of come to?
Yeah, there's sufficient demand in the submarket of Coppell. There's minimal competitors in the area as well. I think there's 2 competitors that we've been looking at, and they're still a good ways away from this property. So we kind of saw this, the demographics and the submarket as kind of lacking this this type of housing, and so we feel strongly that this is a good candidate. This is a good site for that age-restricted community.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you. Did you have a meeting with the residents nearby?
Yes, last night we had a meeting with a few of the residents. The organizer kind of led the discussion. One of the neighbors in the single family to the southeast kind of our property. And we presented our addition since planning and zoning, where we added more parking spaces. We were able to find a few more spaces within the community, within the gates. And then we also made a modification to drop the level facing, on the corner facing their properties, down to 3 stories.
Okay.
Basically, we took the schematic of the property and we parceled it up into the number of units, and we were able to find that we had a little bit of extra space. We were able to remove that corner of the 4th floor and not affect the design of the property.
So facing Coppell Road, they are 3 floors.
It's the corner of Coppell and Canyon.
Coppell and Canyon?
Yeah.
Okay. The second question, Mayor. What is the rent that you're expecting for 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms?
So far we are kind of in the ballpark for 1 bedrooms, on average about $2,200 a month. And then on our 2 bedrooms, roughly in the $2,700 per month range.
That's including the utilities, or is separate?
The utilities will be separate. Yeah,
Thank you.
electric and water will be sub-metered.
Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. I watched the PNC recording, and I think there was a question about, do you always own and operate your properties? You had said you mostly own and operate. To me, that said there are some properties that you do sell. What's the average length of time that you own your property? And do you have like a reserve fund where you continue to collect money for future, down the road maintenance? Buildings will start needing maintenance after the 10th year or the 15th year. So what's your plan for that?
Yeah, we do set aside funds for capital expenditures on all of our properties. We have our longest holding property, I think right now is at 8 years right now. So it depends on market conditions. It depends on investor interest. But we find that whenever we can hold these for 4, 5, 6 years, we're able to kind of generate the best returns. And I can't guarantee when we would exit, but this is not a quick turnaround development.
And when you exit, does the reserve fund stay with the property, or it does not?
The new owner would establish their own fund, essentially, and they would probably require us to do some kind of upkeep and maintenance. If something was deferred, like if the parking lot needed striping, they would probably make us do that before the property transferred ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. So going back to my question, how many full-time staff will you have employed at this site, running the management, operating the amenities, that sort of thing?
Yeah, in our typical 300-unit multifamily, we have 1 property manager, 1 assistant manager, and then typically about 3 leasing staff full-time. One of those leasing staff would be dedicated to community events. A lot of the competitors that we've looked at and our existing senior living facilities have a full calendar of events every day. We've got travel club, we've got speakers coming in or resident hosted events, always something to keep them busy. We found that that is what attracts these kind of residents to want to live in a community like this. So that's our big focus for that one staff member to take care of that. And then on the maintenance side, we have a lead maintenance, an assistant maintenance, and then 2 kind of porter types that do groundkeeping and things like that. That's our typical staffing.
And is there any time during the week or the day that those organized activities primarily occur?
It seems like it ranges at all times. I could have Kurt step in, if you don't mind.
My name's Kurt Gall, 7701 North Lamar, Austin, Texas. To answer your question specifically, we will have a dedicated activities director that's dedicated just to resident activities. Those typically are 2 to 3 a day, every day. This is speaking to the rent. It's a little higher rent, fewer units. The reason that this makes sense here is the rent is higher because of the level of activities and the level of service. So 225 units normally for us would be a little too small to operate effectively. But with the level of service and the level of rent on this type of project, it makes sense at 225 units. So dedicated activities director, a manager, assistant manager, leasing staff, and then we also employ a housekeeper that Nick didn't mention. So that's our full-time staff.
Okay, well, thank you for the answer.
Sure.
So I looked at the Kimley Horn documents that were submitted with this, and with respect to the parking, they're looking at the ITE code 252 that relates to senior adult housing attached, which this project would qualify for, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
So in the actual ITE code itself, in the description, it says residents in these communities live independently, are typically active, requiring little to no medical supervision, and may or may not be retired. It also says that it would be expected that a development with an age restriction of 55 would include more households with an employed resident than would a development with an age restriction of 65. Is that consistent with your experience?
We don't have specific experience with hands-on management of that to be able to answer that question. But Kimley Horn knows the product that we are offering, and so we're confident in their analysis.
Okay, because the same ITE code 252 goes on to say that parking studies of multifamily housing should attempt to obtain information on the mix of residential unit sizes, i.e. number of units by number of bedrooms at the site complex. So looking at the submission, you have 225 units, but of those 142 are 1 bedroom and 83 are 2 bedrooms. So you actually have 308 bedrooms, which is substantially more than the 225 living units would convey. And yet, at the same time, even though the 55-plus multifamily housing requirement would be 563 parking spaces, we're only looking at 367 here, correct?
Correct. Can I give you a specific example in terms of, you
Of
asked
course.
about the demographics and market research. My mother-in-law lives in the Overture at Plano on Coit Road. She actually went for me and counted parking spaces today. It's hard to get that information from a management company. We've toured multiple in Austin and gotten those counts, and they align with what she physically went out and walked for me today. There are 235 parking spaces. Sorry, I have the 175 total units, 235 parking spaces. That's a 1.34 parking ratio. And she said when the last hailstorm came up, that everybody in the complex got a notice that there were garages and carports available if anyone wanted to sign up for one, which kind of on a pedestrian level tells you that they're not fully parked. They are fully occupied, however. So those 179 units. I'm shocked at the 731 trip generation. My experience is that's probably in the 30, 40 trips.
I guess my concern, sir, is that with a total of 308 bedrooms and a 55-plus, where you're also allowing someone on the lease to be as young as 40, I mean,
Sure.
I think it's far more likely these people will be employed.
Some will,
So
sure.
I think the trip generation will be higher. I also think that it's less likely they would have an interest in 2 or 3 organized activities during the day if they're at work. This seems to me to be more of an apartment complex than, it's certainly not assisted living. It's what I would consider in this context as being active living, which is
Sure.
55
It's
plus.
absolutely not assisted. And the average age we expect to be 75 plus.
Okay, and you agree that there's no provision for any medical supervision at this facility?
There is not. We will have a visiting, we have a clinic, we'll have a visiting physical therapist or nurse, but that's on an on-demand basis.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you expand a little bit on the market rate development, sort of what that's meaning? Because if I'm understanding correctly, so it's the only restriction is going to be the age, the 55 plus. There's really no other restrictions. It's going to have to be traditional market rent, just like it would be down the road and things like that. I mean, I know
Correct.
some consideration for potentially some additional amenities that are on the campus, but other than that, it's going to be a market-driven
Correct.
rate.
Yeah.
And the tenant is going to be just the same one that would go down the street, right? Is that right? No other really restrictions on them?
Yeah, they would need to be able to meet the income qualifications to show that they could prove and afford the apartment. And then they would need to pass a background check and a credit check as well. And a rental history.
The income requirement is just meaning a minimum income level to meet the market rate?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thanks.
I had one question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit of ways from Maynard and Kyle. How did you pick Coppell?
We have, we've largely operated in Austin the last few years, and Austin has seen considerable growth, but it's also seen considerable supply of housing. And so we have since branched out, and we are now in San Antonio, Houston, and also looking in DFW, and that's how we came across this Coppell site.
Being this far away from your home office, are we going to stretch your not supply chain, but your communication line? I know the phones are pretty fast, but.
Right. We do not anticipate any issues with our regional managers, even though there's some out-of-town sites. They will be making monthly visits or more if needed for hiring or things like that. So we do not expect a issue with that.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go next into our public hearing. We did have one person signed up to speak tonight, and that's Mr. Scott Schwab, I believe it is. I hope I got the last name right.
Close enough.
Close enough? Okay. Schwab, okay. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Scott Schwab. I live at 259 Stanton Court here in Coppell. And thank you, City Council members and Mayor, for listening to us and our pitch tonight. I'm the landowner of this 10 acres. I've been a resident of Coppell for 25 years, and I've owned this land for 10 years. As you should know, it's zoned highway commercial, which was likely zoned long before I bought it as part of that rectangular area where the office building has been developed. This property has sat for, well, since, as long as Coppell's been here. I personally have fielded all of the phone calls. It's been my number on the sign for 10 years. And I can tell you that the demand for this site, although there was a couple of potential office users before COVID. There's been zero interest in office-type use. The zoning permits office, retail, university-type facilities, and there has been almost zero interest. The interest for this site has been solely multifamily, senior living, and industrial. Lots of interest for industrial, similar to the Prologis projects that have been developed down the road. But as a resident, I've been fairly selective. I've visited with Matt and the city people anytime I had some interest on this site, and it became fairly apparent that they would not support regular multifamily. I saw a need in Coppell for senior living. There's very little in this area. I thought it would be a really good fit, and I met these gentlemen when they approached me about the property and did my research. The first-class operation, the facilities they build are first class. It's a dense project, but it's the only way that a developer can make it work on this site. Multifamily type or senior living project is the density. The parking, I feel like, is going to be more than adequate based on their tenant use of projected tenants in the 70-plus year age bracket. And I feel like this is a great use for it. If they build it exactly like they've got it drawn with the trees, hopefully it will help this giant power line that runs through part of this site. They are allowed to pave over under that easement and park that easement at some point if parking was an issue, which I'm absolutely convinced will not be, based on the parking. I've been in construction and development for a long time, that the parking requirements are adequate that they have put on this project. And I just feel like it's a really, really good use for this site, the best use you're going to see in quite some time. If this doesn't fly, then the only other possible use would be industrial. And then you've got trucks coming in and out, lights, a lot of things that the residents around there are going to probably be up in arms about. So I'm open if anybody has any questions, but otherwise, thank you.
Anybody have any questions here? Well, actually, no, I think you're good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
staying up with us. Council. Going. Count. Yeah. Sure, come on down.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Joel Henry, 510 Westminster Way, Coppell.
Thank you.
I am in the neighborhood that met with the developer and the builder, and I'm here to ask you to approve the two requests that they have presented. Staff was correct in that we met with them last night on a Zoom call. I found them to be very gracious, very open to our concerns. We stood outside, talked after the P&Z meeting. They listened to us, exchanged emails with us. I've looked at their developments. I'm in real estate. I think it's a class development, considering the alternatives that we face under current zoning. We're allowing and establishing residence for the city, not a hotel with transients, not to be disrespectful, but that's what it is, travelers. And so I believe this is a good alternative for us. People will be citizens of Coppell. They'll vote here, they'll spend their money here, and they'll live here. So I ask you to approve both of their requests tonight, and I think we'll be happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments tonight.
You bet, thanks.
Council, any further comments from this group? Questions? Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Well, I don't have any, well, I do have a statement. I do think this area of town, this corner of town, it will be a good place to try something that we haven't traditionally done in this city. And so I went out and looked at the property and everything. It does look like they've come up with a really good plan to address that, and it addresses one of our pillars in 2040. So with that, I am moving to approve, to close the public hearing and move to approve item number 12.
With conditions.
With conditions.
Thank you very much. Do I, seconded by? Oh, I'm sorry, we have a motion on the floor. We'll need a second, and then you can make comments. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nevels. Any comments, Councilmember Hill?
Yeah, I don't believe that we should be changing the future land use map to accommodate this project. This isn't the highest and the best use, I think, for this property. Overall, the building height is excessive and the density is too high, and it's just not appropriate for this area. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none? Oh,
I was wondering, before we vote, can we put the conditions back
Conditions?
up, please?
all right. Any other comments? Councilmember Walker,
Can you go to, oh, that's it right there. Now go to the preceding page. Of the
previous page, please.
Previous page, please. So that condition 5 is to restrict the age of the residents within the development to persons aged 55 and older, and yet someone as young as 40 can sign the lease. Do those two things square?
You're welcome to amend item 5 should you see fit.
No, that's fine. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good catch, though. All in favor?
Carroll, Prem Kumar, Matthew. Opposed? Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Nevels, Hill. Motion fails.
All right, sorry, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, I didn't see it. All right, item number 13 is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing, and we are going to, with the consent of the council, we would like to consider items 13 and 14 together. Is that acceptable to everybody? I'm seeing a couple of nods, so Ms., is it okay to take on items 13 and 14 together? All right. Mary, you want to read that into the record?
Yes, sir. So item number 13 is public hearing. Hold a public hearing and consider approval of Plan Development 210 revision to revise single-family 9, a zoning change request from Plan Development 210 revision to single-family 9 to Plan Development 210 revision to revised to remove the short-term rental STR for one bedroom on 0.22 acres of property located at 416 K Street at the request of Lorna Bell, the property owner. So again, as the mayor stated, items 13 and 14 refer to the same property. Item 13 is the zoning change request, and item 14 is the ordinance for this request. So this item is regarding a short-term rental that was approved back in 2023. This was actually the first house to go through that process when we changed it to require an SUP. Because this is already part of a PD, we are updating the PD. So the applicant no longer wishes to rent out the bedroom and is asking that the zoning allowing the STR be removed from the property. So again, this is a zoning change request. We did send out notices within 200 feet as required by state law, additional courtesy notices within 800 feet, and received no responses. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request, with the property being subject to the original PD conditions for the subdivision. That is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Ms. Boswell? All right, we don't have an applicant present, I don't believe. We did not have anybody sign up to speak at the public hearing. So council, I'll turn it over. I'm sorry? Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close the public hearing for agenda item 13 and approve agenda items 13 and 14.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Councilmember Prem Kumar, all in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 15 is the city manager reports with project updates, future agendas, and direction from work session.
Mayor and council, just an update on some construction projects. The service center remodel continues making progress. Many of you were able to attend the open house to see the new section. The older section work continues with finished work being completed by early summer. The Justice Center walls are starting to go vertical this week if you've driven by over there. Arbor Brook Drainage Channel, the neighborhood meeting was held and construction is scheduled to begin next week. And we provided you some information about the closing of the street in that area during the course of construction. It had a map on there. Hunterwood Park bank stabilization continues work, and Bullock and Howell utilities are being installed. That is that is my report, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 16 are the mayor and council reports on recent and upcoming events. As a reminder, the March 24th City Council meeting is canceled as members of the City Council will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to advocate for the city of Coppell and the North Texas region with our colleagues in the North Texas Commission. Our Tri-City Summit is coming up at the end of the month. Connect with your neighbors, meet city officials, and learn how to strengthen your community at the Regional Tri-City Neighborhood Summit on Saturday, March 28th. This is hosted by the city of Coppell and will include the town of Flower Mound and the city of Louisville. This event will feature a variety of sessions presented by local leaders and industry professionals. This year's summit will take place at the Coppell Arts Center from 8 a.m. to noon. This is going to be a tongue twister, and I'm going to have to get used to it. Pooch's Bark Park Ribbon Cutting. Thank you. It's time to unleash the fun. Come join us on Saturday, March 28th at 11 a.m. for the ribbon cutting and grand opening of Pooch's Park. Somebody did that to me on purpose. Graduation Bash, the first annual Graduation Bash will take place at Square in the Old Town Coppell on April 11th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. This event is for the entire community, but will honor our graduating seniors. Come enjoy food, trucks, games, and music from the Jukebox Heroes. Neighbors Helping Neighbors is coming up. Our 5th annual Neighbors Helping Neighbors is a one-day event that seeks to connect volunteers with Coppell residents who need some assistance with home maintenance and repairs. It all takes place on April 25th from 8 a.m. to noon. The deadline to submit a project request is March 23rd, and the deadline to sign up to volunteer is April 1st. Together, we can build a stronger community through acts of service and opportunities to build relationships with our neighbors. I would like to wish everyone a happy St. Patrick's Day and a special congratulations to the Coppell High School Band, which will be traveling to Ireland to march in Dublin St. Patrick's Day Parade. Item number 17 are council committee reports concerning items of community involvement with no council action or deliberation permitted. We do have a report tonight from Councilmember Bijou Matthew on MetroCrest services, and our apologies for putting this off, but our connection was so bad we really couldn't hear over Zoom, so sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. This is the fourth quarter report from the MetroCrest for 2025. 579 unduplicated residents have been provided service. 409 residents visited the food pantry, equaling about 26,000 meals for Coppell residents. During the Thanksgiving break, 45 families were provided a turkey with the trimmings to enjoy the traditional meal together. 122 Coppell children were provided gifts through our holiday program. 15 households utilized the workforce development and financial education service. 7 households received emergency rent and utility assistance. Some of the events coming up with the MetroCrest is MetroCrest Service 21st Annual Keyhold Breakfast is on Thursday, March 26th. And another report is just for public information, Texas has dropped over 2 million recipients from Medicaid. This is the highest in the nation due to the strict eligibility retentions and new procedural hurdles. This is causing financial challenges alongside medical challenges, and the MetroCrest is doing their best to accommodate and help the customers. And they are very thankful to the City of Coppell for partnering with them in the need for the community. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 18 are public service announcements concerning items of community interest with no council action or deliberation permitted. Do we have any public service announcements this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 19, which is necessary action from the executive session. Mr. Hager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As a result of the executive session this evening where we discussed some critical infrastructure, I would ask the Council to consider the following motion to approve a license and service and use agreement by and between Astound Communications and the City of Coppell to access the City of Coppell conduit system and to provide the City of Coppell fiber optic cabling and maintenance support for the entire city and for its dark fiber needs for a 10-year term with a 10-year renewal, and authorize the city manager to sign. And I will parenthetically note at the request of staff that this normally would cost us somewhere in the vicinity of $2.3 million over the next 10 years, and as a result of staff's great work here, that will be reduced to $414,000 over that 10-year period, increase our fiber optic ability, and provide the citizens with access to even more fiber optic for their personal needs. And Josh will answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Well, I was going to say, I so move the ordinance as the city attorney has laid out.
Thank you very much. A second by Councilmember Nevels. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. That was a very good set of negotiations that we did. So thank you, Mr. Hager.
Great job.
Therefore, there being no further business before this council, we are adjourned at 10:44 p.m.